Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting Tuesday. I'm going to be commentating on what is the strongest and the best open blitz tournament online in the world, the Title Tuesday Chess.com event. Now, I'm normally playing myself, but it's going to be great to have a step back and watch other people win and blunder. Of course, it's always good to see a good old blunder in the event. Now, the format for this competition is there's an open section where we can see there's over 400 players at this moment in time. You've got to be a titled player in order to play. So you have to have some kind of title, like even, FM, IM, GM. This happens every single Tuesday. The format is 3 minutes plus 1 second per move. It's 10 rounds of a Swiss tournament. And then the top 8 players, which has never happened to me, I'd like to mention, at the end of the Swiss, go through to the post-tournament knockout tournament until there is only one, in the words of the great Highlander. And there's some very good prizes as well each Tuesday. As you can see, first place is $1,000, and you can see the prizes there. 500 second, 200 for the semi-finals, 100 top women and top streamer. So there's going to be lots of great streams going on, encouraging lots of good chess around the world, and it always has done, this tournament, right from the start. And the exciting thing as well is that the winners, or the people who qualify, the last 8 people, they gain Grand Prix points. And this happens with the person who comes first gaining 12 Grand Prix points, and then second place 8, semi-finalists 4, quarter-finalists 2. And at the end of the season, the top 4 players who gained the most points go through to the Speed Chess Championships final, and they meet the winner of the Junior Speed Chess Championships, the Bullet Speed Chess Championships, and invitational from an invitational and also an open qualifier. So it's a really great event. It's got lots of strong players already lined up. Fantastic, a fantastic lineup. It always does. It always has some of the strongest players in the world, some of the best blitz players ever playing. And we're going to shortly see those names. And you can see there's even some, I should say, world finalist qualifiers. You've got Sergei Karyakin up there in seeded fifth at the moment in time. Other names, well, you might see Anish on YouTube. Anish's YouTube is going from power to power, and he's doing a great job. Great preparation for the candidates, Anish, playing in all these events, getting his YouTube level up. He's getting I reckon he's nearly like world championship level in YouTube. He must be like 2,800 strength YouTube at the moment. He's working on that. I would also like to say a massive shout out to everyone who's watching. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat in chess.com/TV, and also now and again to twitch.tv/chess. So hello everyone who's in there as well. And we've got, a lot of you there. You've got, let's say, I'll just shout out some names, and you're being very kind. Budapest Gambit, quite an interesting little gambit. But hello to all of you there as well. Now, you can see the Grand Prix leaders at the moment, and this is who's already up there in the standings. And, well, there's one name, Hikaru, who is just a bit of a monster. He's a bit of a monster at this format, and he's leading with a very high total of over 100. So he's just crushing it, isn't he? So strong. But it's just a who's who of incredibly good blitz players. MVL keeping his place in contention at the bottom there. Is MVL playing today? Well, I don't see his name at the moment, but he will. He often plays in this to gain those points and try to get into the final. Other names: potential world champion, not playing today, but we can see Ali Reza, the Reza, who is one of the most talented youngsters around. There's a number of youngsters in there, and it's just a fascinating event. So the game started about 5 minutes, and let's have a look at the players list today. I'll scroll down a little bit. You can watch the games here. So I'm going to be commentating on as we go along. I think we'll leave the computer bar there. I don't normally use the computer bar, but I wouldn't get obsessed with this. This is one thing that people do. They get obsessed with the computer assessment. Now, let's remember, it is blitz chess. It's 3 minutes plus 1 second to move. It's fast. It's furious. It's really exciting. You're going to get lots of mistakes, lots of blunders, lots of up and downs. So Big Fish, we have leading from Russia, and he's been playing a number of these. In second place, we have Par Hamov from Iran, who's incredibly good blitz player. And who's who, you can just see the list there. If you want to have a look at the players yourself and work out who they are, then just go into chess.com, click on their name. You can get involved that way. You can check out who's playing. It's now up to 540 players. So have a look yourself. Let's just scroll down a little bit on the list here. See other names that I mentioned. Liam Le Quang from Vietnam was ex-blitz world champion. So he's been a world champion before. We've talked about Anish there. Someone else kind of taking his handle, Fair Chess on YouTube. There's all these people on YouTube now. Wow. Lots of YouTube. I recognize this name, Peter Svidler. Anyone heard of him? Anyone heard of Peter Svidler? He is, I believe, 8 times Russian champion. I think it's 8 times. That's pretty impressive. Probably one of the only person who's done that before, and a very, very nice and humble chap as well. And you can see the list of grandmasters just goes on and on. Alexander Fear from Brazil, another dangerous player. These are all dangerous players. Exotic Princess is one of my favorite players, Badar Jabava, a very dangerous player. And the nationalities that you see is really impressive. It's a very wide range of people from all around the world. We'll keep scrolling down to see the top 100. Alexei Shirov, one of my personal favorite players. Alexei Shirov is an amazing attacking player. Yes, he maybe is past his prime now, but he's really, really fun person to watch. So, guys, you have to let me know who you want to look at, because it's kind of my choice which games we're going to look at. We'll probably start with the top seeds and go from there. And we'll keep an eye, obviously, on the standings as we go along. So I'm going to scroll back up to see who's at the top. And we have a new entrance. So let's see who this is. We have, at the top now. And this is, if you bear with me 1 second, I'll just find out for you who we have now as the new top seed. It's a player from India. Who is it? Okay, let's see if I can find out. Well, this is Arjun Egasi from India. Arjun. This is really, really bad. This is really, really... Is it bad for me to say that I've never heard of him? Is that bad? I've never heard of the top seed, Arjun from India. That's probably quite bad of me to say that, but I haven't. That just shows you how many strong players there are out there. Top seed from India. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sorry for that's my ignorance there. I have to go and look at all the top players again in future. But Arjun, it is pretty bad. I apologize. Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit behind with all the new players coming through, but you guys, you can go and click on the names yourself to see who they are, but we're only 43 seconds away from the start now. So I'm just wondering, who are we going to pick? Who do you guys want to see play today? I'm just wondering who I'd like to see. I mean, I'd kind of like to see Shirov playing. Oh, we have another, the top seed, a new top seed has come in. So they're just with 22 seconds to go. That's what we call and this is Vladislav Artemiev, winner of the Gibraltar competition, one of the up and coming players in Russia, top seed, and he's just come in. That's what we call an entrance, isn't it? Just coming in at the last moment. Here I am, people. Here I am, coming in. So maybe we'll keep an eye on Artemiev's first game, which let's have a look if we have it here. Okay, we do. So let's go in. And we have Artemiev with the white pieces. And it's starting off, he's playing a player from America, restarting chess. Well, he's going to have to play very well. And he's gone for the Budapest Gambit. And this is the most critical line that's played here. I know we have a Budapest Gambit person in the Twitch chat, and this is a line which a lot of people have taken on b4 here. Let's just show that line. Will one of the top Russian players in the world take on b4, allowing knight to d3 checkmate? That would be a very, well, amusing start. Well, funnily enough, that hasn't happened. He hasn't taken that piece. He stopped the idea knight d3 checkmate, this beginner's idea, by playing e3. And now we have what is one of the more calmer variations of the Budapest. b6, one of the main lines nowadays. And white is trying to say he has an advantage because of the two bishops. Two bishops generally supposed to be advantageous. And also he's got this extra space in the center. You can see he has 2 pawns already on the 4th rank, and black doesn't have 2 pawns on his 4th rank there. So it's supposed to be a little bit better for white, this position. And I think this move bishop g3 is giving potential for some point for the f pawn to start motoring up the board. But white has to be careful about playing that because it will leave the e4 pawn on pre. So nice centralization. Black is still very solid here, but maybe a little bit passive. And with this move, white can also think about playing b4 and c5 in these positions. This is another good way to play. b4, c5 is a good way to break open the position, because when you have the 2 bishops, you want to try to open things up for those bishops. Bishops work better when you open up lines. So we could see that happening. But again, white is not rushing. He's just putting his pieces on the best squares first. Rooks into the center of the board and getting ready. Maybe he's going to go bishop to f1 first. So he's defending this pawn. And then he's got decisions. He's going to break with some move like this. But okay, he's very happy to exchange queens off. The bishop should work well in the ending. And now c5, typical idea. I wouldn't like to be black in this position. You know, you're slightly worse. You're playing a really strong player from Russia. You're up against it a little bit. You haven't got any tactics. And now c5. God, I can read the play like a book. Why can't I be? Why not? I normally play. And I've never qualified. I'm not as good as these guys. That's clear. And this move, c5, is just aimed, like we mentioned, to open up that bishop. And now you can see the bishop is going to come into life because you've got rid of the pawns in the way. And this is looking very good for white now. We will remind everyone it's 2 minutes, but you get 1 second a move, 1 second extra move. So you shouldn't really lose on time, even though I've lost on time too many times. And even the top players have done. White also time up here, and I don't see how black is now going to defend this pawn, because if he goes knight d7, which is very passive, the 2 bishops come to life, and after bishop b5, you can see that knight is pinned and in quite a lot of trouble there. So you can't defend this pawn. So I think here we're going to see Artemev going through and winning this game. Maybe we'll jump to another game. Should we go to another game? Well, I did mention Arjun earlier, and I've got a little bit more information about him. And again, my shame on me, should I say. He recently won his first match in the Junior Speed Championship. So he's got a couple of ways of qualifying, and he beat Gukesh, who's another Indian prodigy, with a score of 18-8. So very impressive there. So yeah, I should really know him. I should really know him already. Okay, well, we can see here white has these 2 bishops. White's got the pressure. White is doing very well. Let's go and see if there's any action on some of the other boards. So I'm going to just have a quick look, and talking about Arjun's games, let's see how he's getting on. So we have Arjun, this young Indian prodigy, with the white side of this, and he's playing against Snowflake. And look at this. He's lining up his pieces against black's king there. Is there going to be some kind of breakthrough? Well, one idea is to swing the rook to h4 and take on h6. Can you imagine that happening? Well, if you are able to take on h6 in this position, then that could be a little bit nasty, right? Could be a little bit nasty if you're able to get that move in. So we're going to see if he's able to do this. f6, and black's king now getting itself into a real cage there. And we can even try this idea to take on h6. I can see something nasty happening on h6. Rook h5. Is it going to happen? No, he's moving his knight in first, bringing another piece into the attack. You can even try to take here with a bishop. Decisions. But this is looking horrible. Maybe bishop f8, the only way to defend. And now it's just a typical sacrificial position where white can take on h6, and he has done, with rook takes h6 to happen. Really nice finish here from Arjun. Great play. Knight to f7 is also threatened, which is checkmate, and of course black resigns. So that was a beautiful, beautiful attack there. That's the way you attack. If you want to know how to attack, go for the king. Find the good thing about this attack, if we just have a look at it, you've got to find sort of a point in your opponent's position which you need to break through on when you are attacking. And it's clear here that that point, which you can call a hook, is h6. So you just got to work out how you can put pressure against that pawn. And as soon as you see that you can bring a rook around one way, or as white did, bring the knight into this square, you just target that square with your pieces. So very nice start there. Okay, we're going to go back to the board one game and see how things have developed. So if we go back there, we were looking roughly around this point, and black is holding on to be fair, but maybe not much longer. Well, I say black's holding on. He's a whole rook down here, and this is very easy. I think maybe one of his best moves here would actually be resigning. Is that a good move? Is that ever a good move? I think it's a good move now. You know, a rook is a rook. Oh, is he going to? He's not going to play until mate. Surely it's resigning now. Good move. He found the best move eventually, which is sometimes resignations. Well done, sir. Okay, now another great player who is doing very well, I believe, in the standings for the Grand Prix Championships is Parhamov. Parhamov, yes, from Iran. My pronunciation is not always good, being dyslexic. You have to go easy on me occasionally, especially when I'm talking so much. So, you know, just take it easy. Don't go crazy. I see someone's already saying, how can Simon not have heard of Arjun? He's famous in Chess.com. Well, you know, I'm learning more about him, you know. I know him now, that's for sure. And I'm sure I'm going to know him more by the end of the competition. And this position's looking quite hard for Parhamov to break through. I have heard of Parhamov. He's a great player from Iran and a real talent, a real attacking player. But, oh, he's won on time. I didn't even notice that. He's won on time in a position where he's maybe not winning. You can see the computer evaluation because black has the pressure against c4. So it's not clear how white does anything here. So crazy but lazy was a little bit lazy with his time. Wow, that was something I did not expect. Okay, now we're going to go to Liam Lequang, and he has already won. He's going to be a real contender. Liam Lequang is a ex-world champion. And how did he win this? Isn't he a piece down? What happened here? Nicholas, he's a piece down. Let's have a look at this. I can't believe so many people are losing on time because remember, it's 3 minutes plus 1 second a move. And Nicolas Brunner from France is a very dangerous player. And in this position, after king here, Liam Lequang has the white pieces, but he's losing his piece on e2. So this should have been a really, really easy win for black. Black wins the piece. He wins the pawn on e3, and you can see Eddie the e-pawn come running through the board, but he loses on time. Wow. I mean, come on. You can't lose on time here. You just move the piece, move something. So that was quite a, that was a little bit of a shock there anyway. Okay. Now we'll just have a little update and not too many games going on. Now this one I'm pretty sure has finished. We see some of these have finished. Who else do I recognize? Well, we'll have a look at this game. Onschuk bit of an upset here. Onschuk has lost. I believe Onschuk now lives in America, unless I'm wrong, but looks like he has lost to only an FM there. I say only an FM, but a lot of these FMs are very, very dangerous, of course, especially when it comes to blitz. And we'll just have an update. More games going on at the moment. We'll see. Another person who has won Title Tuesday before is the player of the white side here, going by the Arabian Falcon. And he's going to be someone to watch out for. Salim of UAE, very, very good blitz player. Is Shirov still playing? I hope he is. Well, someone said Anish was in trouble. Let's just have a look. Anish was in trouble. So that's a big shock there. Elo Hunter certainly hunted some Elo points there. This is a rather nasty final position for Anish. What happened here? Oh dear. So Anish's YouTube rating is going up, but maybe not his other rating. And let's just see what happened to Anish. So we had this position here, and it looks like Anish is in a whole world of pain on that E file. I mean, what do you guys reckon? It's quite interesting to sort of, I don't know, discuss like, is streaming and playing lots of blitz chess good for your chess? Because Anish is, he's playing in the candidates for the World Championships, which is supposed to be back on later on the year. So he's supposed to be, trying to prepare for that. Is it really a good idea? We all love his streams. He's a great streamer. He's a great chess player. But is playing blitz a good way to prepare? I don't know. Well, not when you're getting beaten by IMs, it's not. It can't be very pleasant. But then, of course, if you're looking at Hikaru, as some of you are saying, 1b4. Did you actually win with b4? There is that thing. Do you know what b4 is called? Anyone tell me what b4 is called? The opening 1b4. Hasn't it got a name of an animal? What's it called? I've forgotten it. It's Polish, but it's got another name, 1b4. There's a little rule. If any opening is named after an animal, then it's a bad opening. That's what I heard, except for the black lion, because the black lion is clearly not a bad opening. The orangutan. Oh, the birds. You did also mention the birds. Yeah. I don't know. Do you believe that? If something is named after an animal, it's a bad opening. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's have a look what happened here. So the game goes on with rook to c8, and now bishop to f4, king to d8, bishop takes bishop, knight takes, and you can see that Anish's king is just in a lot of trouble here. And after this one, he's not just in trouble, he's losing this one. Okay, now I think we have round two. So let's see if we can get to round two. Hopefully there'll be an update. Let me just see. I might need to refresh this one quickly. So round two, it's very quick. It's very fast. Who are we going to look at here? I'm just going to start with the top seed. So we go to the top seeds game. Wow, they've already played lots of moves. Goes so quick, this tournament. It's easy to forget a move or two. And in this one, we have the top seed with the black pieces. So we just go into the normal positions here. Now, this is what you call an isolated pawn position, meaning that this pawn can be quite weak later on, but it does give white good attacking chances. Black's idea here, though, is to get a lovely piece blockading in front of that pawn, which he has done. That piece is really hard to move. So I quite like Artemev's position here, especially as white doesn't have a light square bishop. In these positions, you normally want to have a light square bishop because that allows you to start an attack against h7. But I don't think white's going to be able to start an attack here. I don't think so. Now, if you're watching this in Twitch and you want to avoid the adverts, then all you have to do is subscribe to the channel to show your support a little bit. That's the best way to avoid the adverts, you know. Nothing's free in life, is it? Nothing. You've got to pay for everything, including the adverts. Adverts are a normal part of existence. So what Artemev has done here, he has taken on c3, and he's probably going to try to put his other knight onto that square, or he might consider taking that pawn there as well. Okay, he has taken, I know he's put his knight here. This is much safer. and he's going to try to aim for the pawns on A3 and C3, which are weak. I think he's got a lovely position here. You can see how much the evaluation has changed now. The computer now realizing that White's pawns on these open lines are weak. White's best chance here is to start some kind of desperado attack against the king. So maybe he can try to get the rook over to G3. This is kind of like what I was saying before, that, you know, if you're trying to attack, you have to find a target to attack, and you just have to move your pieces in. So he's going for that one, but I think Black has a good enough defensive strategy. Still a little bit dangerous. White now planning to sacrifice on F6. And Elegant Rix from India is you know, causing some trouble here. Do we think this is going to be upset? Does knight takes H6 work? No. Queen E4, threatening the pawn on E6 with check. So Black doesn't have time to play F5 here in the position. Has to defend. And now knight takes H6 is a big threat, forking the king. So Artemiev is still defending, but seems to be defending very well. Close game. We'll stick with this game, I think, at this moment in time. White now getting a little bit forced backwards. The knight has had to go to this rather passive square. Maybe this knight can try to come back around into G6 to attack like that. I think this is Harika. It is. I didn't realize Harika is one of the strongest female players in the world. She's a really, really good player. Harika of India. She's been part of the Indian national team for a long, long time. The player of the black pieces is the top seed Artemiev of Russia. And Harika is still keeping this pressure on. She's a real fighter. She's defending this one. I'm just wondering if Black's position, if his king is ever going to be weak, because he's kind of pushed his bodyguards a little bit too much. So we'll see. Well, Harika is trying to target them, and you can see the evaluation bars going up and down. This could go either way. And now Harika has sacrificed to dive in with the attack. Wow. Very exciting. And she's got 3 pawns now. 3 pawns for the piece. Look at the time. 15 seconds left. The queen is coming back around to try and defend. But Harika can start pushing the H-pawn. Is she going to do that? Push the H-pawn, or is that going to weaken her position? The good thing for Black is that the knight is very strong on this square. Any result is possible. Now, this knight is very useful because it defends a lot of squares like C7. I think Black, okay, now that the queens are coming off, Black must be doing okay. And Harika has actually resigned there after this move, realizing the queens are going to come off. But she played very, very well there. That was a really, really tough game we saw that was going on. Okay, now, can we see, do we have Shirov playing? I'm just going to try to make this window a little bit larger so I can see all the names. I'd love to see if Shirov is playing on the screen, but I can't see his name at the moment. Let's have a look. I think most of the results are in. Now, Yakon is a very good blitz player of America. He's only just become an IM, but I think he's losing here to a player, only an FM from Scotland, and he's lost. So that's a little bit of an upset there. Yakon, I think he's been playing on Chess.com forever, isn't he? I mean, I'm sure he's been, whenever I'm on Chess.com, Yakon is always there playing. Bit of a legend in some way, Yakon. But he got taken down there by Prince Morad. Okay, any more games going on? Got to make sure we don't miss the 3rd round there. So I'm going to have to remember to keep updating as we go. Remember, it's 10 rounds. We've had 2 rounds so far. Maybe we can see the standings and just see. Okay, let's have a look. So these are the results after 2 rounds. And apart from Giri losing, which was probably such a thing, I see that people are saying only an FM. Well, obviously an FM is good. It's very good. It's like better than 99% of people out there. But when it's not as good as an IM, is it? You know, it's not. And if I say only IM, well, IM's not as good as a GM. And if I say only GM, well, that's not as good as a world champion. And if I say only world champion, then you can tell me off. But until that point, you know, it's not disrespect. It's just not as good as an IM. Simple. Only an FM. I'm sure all FMs would like to become IMs and all IMs would like to be GMs. Simple as that. So who else is up there? Let's see if we can find Svidler on 2 out of 2. Maybe we'll try to follow Svidler's game next. I'm sure most of you know Peter Svidler, who I don't think he's streaming today. So he might be, you know, I think you play better when you're not streaming, don't you? So we've also got Penguin, very famous player. He amazes me, Penguin. When I see him play, he is like a genius. Has anyone watched that video where Penguin is, okay, we have round 3 has started. So we'll see if we can find someone like Penguin. Where is Penguin? Where he was playing, I think, blindfold 15-second chess or something ridiculous like that. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. I mean, he is one scary penguin, that guy. Really, really scary. Okay, now we have a look at Peter Svidler's game, and he's playing Grandmaster from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Penguin, of course, is Andrew Tang of America. Really, really, really. I think it was even Magnus Carlsen or one of the top, and I think it was Geary actually, but one of the top players said that he amazes even him with his blindfold and blitz abilities. So I'm not sure why he's not in the world's elite actually, because he clearly could be. He streams as well, well worth checking out. Okay, so Svidler now playing very solid system here. And this is a pretty even type of position. I mean, E4, E5, if you want to learn an opening against E4, probably E5 is where you should start. I have to say this because I've never learned it properly. I mean, I've learned it a bit, but I wish when I was a kid, a junior, that I had been taught to play E5, because you're generally going to be equal. And these positions with the knights maneuvering over, they're really important to learn middle game positions as well. So I think it's a good bit of advice. If you're ever going to learn an opening, E4, E5, learn your classical openings first. Classical openings, very important to keep an eye on. Now, Svidler has taken on D4, and what's his idea here? Now, the computer thinks he's doing, bishop takes H6. What is this? What is this chaos? This is a great defensive idea. And that was over quickly. What was that? What was that? Unbelievable. I mean, let's just have a look at that. So this position is okay for white. I mean, it's not that bad, but C5 now played. Queen D2, and this does look like he's lining up to sacrifice on H6. He just went absolutely ballistic, didn't he? Didn't White just think, "Way, off we go, charge"? I think he literally went crazy. He went crazy because after pawn takes D4, he sacrificed on H6. Now, often when you sacrifice, a thing I've seen a lot of people do, and it's really important, is you got to think of your opponent's best defenses. Don't just look at your own moves. This is something that a lot of people lower rated in chess who are trying to improve, they can improve immediately if they thought of their opponent's moves. Now, I'm not saying White, I think White got a little bit optimistic here. Now, if White had 2 moves here, White would be doing very well. White would be playing knight G5 and knight H5. So if you can imagine both those knights getting to these 2 squares, fantastic, because then the queen would have ways into G7 and H7. But you've got to think how your opponent's going to defend. And Queen E7 is a very good defensive move because the queen is coming back around. And if you swap queens off in a position like this, you're clearly winning because you take away all your opponent's attacking chances. And White thought, okay, I'm just resigning. I've had enough. I've had enough. My attack is not working. It's far too slow. For example, knight here would be met by queen to F8. And now White has to exchange queens. He's 1 move away from his attack working. If you imagine he could get the knight here and it was his move, of course he's winning, but he doesn't have time to do that because the queen's come off. So you've really got to consider how your opponent's going to defend. And this is something that I just noticed a lot of players who could get better immediately do. So if you're one of those players, you know, you're often sacrificing, but they're not working, maybe you're not getting into your opponent's mindset as much as you should be doing, which is incredibly important to do. Get into your opponent's mindset and think what they're doing. I was even told, I wouldn't recommend this because, well, no one plays over the board nowadays, really, do they? It's all online. But shear off, by the way, 3 out of 3. Okay, we're looking at shear off next, the magical shear off. I was told that even a good idea when you're playing board to board is to go around and stand behind your opponent's board and look at the position from his point of view, because then you can see it from a different perspective. But I have to say, I don't really believe this. And I also find it really annoying when my opponent goes and stand behind me. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you standing behind me? Why you go away? You know, they're like leaning over your shoulder. I actually had one person and he basically nearly rested his chin on my shoulder when I was playing. And I was like, get away. So, you know, you have to take it a little bit into comparison. Don't go too far, but it's good to just think from your opponent's point of view. Okay, other players I would like to mention. We have Verdnort, who's Gawain Jones of England, one of England's most talented players, and he's on maximum 3 out of 3. So I'm really happy to see that. We have Peter Svidler, as we've mentioned, and I think we're just going to wait for round 4 now, because let's see how many games are getting on. Well, there are a fair few. Let's see if it updates and we're missing out on any action here. I don't want to miss out on round 4, as I've done before. Well, okay, we can go and look at the top seed, and again, this is a guy, as we know, who's always going to be challenging, and they're both very short of time. And he's up against another grandmaster here from Poland in a position where I do prefer white, because if you look at the pawn structure, there's 2 things you should do, and you should get in the habit of doing this, guys, while you're watching the commentary. You should try to quickly decide, not by looking at the bar, because the bar here thinks black's better. Don't try to even turn off the computer. Try to look at the pawn structure and the pieces and try to think who you prefer. And pawn structure, this pawn is really quite ugly. There's a nice square in front of it where white can move his pieces into. Black playing very aggressively now. He's trying to counter this by getting his bishop to this square. And if he does get his bishop to this square, you can see that black's pieces are coming to life. And let's not forget, black is a pawn up here. This might be a bad... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, he's not better anymore, is he? He's just blundered his queen. You've got to be so careful when you're moving your queen in front of your king. And the only way that it can go wrong here is on the clock. 8 seconds left. But that was horrible. That was horrible. Well, I'm not going to turn off my computer. That'd be a bit weird, even though I'm sure some of you probably prefer it that way. You can mute me if you want to. It's always an option. And, well, is he looking for a self-mate here? Well, okay. There's no way black can save this one now. 2 queens is too many, and he has resigned. So, I mean, you know, I see some people in the chat saying, oh, a grandmaster blundering a queen. It's very easy to do. Let's just have a look at that moment. Queen c2 check. And I think white is doing okay now, because if you do move your king, then white has positioned his rooks. Remember, rooks double can be very good. And white can get rid of the blockade here and bring that rook straight into the guts of black's position. And white's pieces are so active here. But this was preferable to queen f5. Queen f5 is not the way to play, because bishop d3 and black can resign. Black can resign. Right. Well, let's have a look at the standings again. And I think round 4 should be starting very soon. So we just do a quick update, and I think it's done on tie break here. So most of the big names are still at the top. I don't think anyone has ever got maximum in Title Tuesday. Am I right or am I wrong? Has anyone ever got maximum? We're waiting for the day for when someone will get 10 out of 10. Is that right? I don't know. I can't remember a day when someone gets 10 out of 10 in Title Tuesday. I really can't remember. I've played a lot of them, and it's been going on for a number of years, Title Tuesday, but I can't remember when someone has got 10 out of 10. Maybe you guys can help me. Has that ever happened? I'm now being told it may have happened a while back, and his name was Komodo Dragon, and he got kicked out of the tournament. No, I don't know. There was someone a long time ago. It'd be interesting. That could be a very good quiz question. Who was the player who got 10 out of 10? And it wasn't a computer program masquerading under the name of a player. I can't remember it, but we're going to try to get a little bit of information out. I'm really quite interested. Okay, but hang on a minute. Are we missing round 3? We're still on round 3. Good. We'll wait for round 4 now. I don't think it's happened for a long time, as I've been saying, because this was maybe when Title Tuesday first started, and it was just me and Hikaru were the only 2 players, and he maybe got maximum against me in that. But since then, it's building strength to strength, and it's always had over 600 title players from around the world, which is pretty impressive. And I don't think anyone's got maximum since those days, as far as I'm aware. So that's it. So you're chatting about it in the chat. Hikaru said, I don't think Hikaru's done it. I don't think so. By the way, there's only one more game going on. Oh, my words. Please call this a draw. What is happening here? Oh, I hate it when players do this. 129 moves. Oh, well done. Well done. And not Fischer, maybe proving he wasn't actually Fischer there in that one. Okay, so we're going to be in. I think we're going to try to follow Shirov if I can find him in time. And we're going to keep an eye on at the top. So the young Indian Arjun is still leading, along with some of the familiar faces. We got a FIDE master from Russia up at the top as well. So I'm hoping the games have started. So let's dive in and we'll find a game. Right, I'm going to try to find Shirov, one of my favorite here. Find one of my, if I can find him. Where art thou, Shirov? Where art thou? Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to go for Gawain Jones of England. And Gawain Jones, I've got to be a little bit biased, guys, at times. You've got to let me off. I am from England. And sometimes we got to watch the English players. And Gawain Jones has a very good chance of getting to 4 out of 4 because he's only playing a FIDE master. And he's a grandmaster. Who's better, a FIDE master or a grandmaster? No, I'm only, of course, calm down. If you're getting annoyed, calm down. Calm down. You've got to have a bit of fun. Yeah. But the FIDE master, Nicola, let's just say Nicola, is doing very well at the moment. He's on 3 out of 3. Gawain Jones from England playing the English opening. Now that's what I think is good. That is really good. Unless you're maybe from, I don't know, Latvia and you had to play the Latvian Gambit all the time. Ooh. What would be the worst country to be from? That's a good quiz question. So what would be, if you were from a country and you had to play that opening, what country would you like to be from? And what country would you not like to be from? So England is the English opening. I can handle that, but oh yes, Berlin. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you're born in Berlin and you had to play the Berlin opening all the time, oh dear, you would just you would just die of boredom, wouldn't you? Oh, Berlin's not a good one. Oh dear, I don't like that one. I mean, Budapest, I like the Budapest. Obviously, if you're from Holland, you're laughing. The Dutch defense, the best opening ever. It's clear. Everyone knows that. That's just a fact. If you're from London, you play the London. Yeah, I'm in the London system, of course. I'm trying to work out what the worst opening. Imagine being French, someone says in the chat. Oh dear, don't imagine that. I'm only joking again. Okay, interesting. Back to the game. So Gawain, did he realize his knight was on pre there? Well, he has won the piece back on e6. And to me, I still like White's position because this pawn is like a real thorn in Black's position, no? It's really, really like making things a little bit difficult for Black. And now Gawain is moving his knight around towards the center of the board. Knights belong in the center, and that is a really nice knight. I've had a couple of knights like that in my life that I just won't forget. And look at those pawns now. They are really, really nice. Black's one hope, I expect, is that White's bishop on g2 is very bad, because at the moment the bishop here is trapped by this pawn structure. So if you look at the bishop, it's not very good. And also Black may be able to start some attack now against g3. So it's kind of like quite an unbalanced position. And this might be swinging the rook around. So Gawain very cleverly is trying to exchange off queens. And because the white king looks to be more exposed than the black king, because Black has his free pawns defending the black king, you shouldn't exchange queens if your opponent's king is more exposed. Now, queen f6, he's keeping the queens on the board. Both sides have about a minute left. Gawain still trying to get the queens off the board. Now, this is to get to maximum points. This is to try and get, and he has got the queens off, but he's lost the pawn. He's lost the pawn on b5. Is this going wrong for Gawain Jones of England? Well, now he needs to get this bishop in the game somehow. He's going to try to get it in the game like this. If he can get it to a6, then that would be great. Try to get the one piece which is not working in the game. This is a really good way to look at your structure. Look at your worst placed piece. The rooks are fantastic. The rooks are lining up against this weakness. Look at your worst piece. This piece is blocked in, and imagine where you could put it, if you could put it anywhere on the board. I'm looking at a6, because if I get it to that square, this rook here will have to move because it's under attack. And if this rook has to move, I will take there. So Black has actually given up that pawn immediately. And now I think he's going for a blockade. What I mean by blockade, if the black king sits here, well, I don't know. Maybe Black's okay. If Black can win these two pawns, Black's position is not too bad. I mean, don't listen to what the computer says. That's what I say. This is certainly not a draw. I bet you it won't be a draw. It might be equal, but it's really complex equal. There's a difference between the position being equal and the position being a draw. You know, the players can't see the computer assessment, or we hope not. Otherwise, you know, they're being a little bit naughty, aren't they? I'm sure they can't. I'm kind of thinking now that Black is okay, but the time I think is important. 22 seconds. Maybe it will be a draw. Lots of pawns are coming off. Lots of pawns coming off. It has been according to the computer, dead equal, but Black's king much more active. As we're getting to an ending, the player with the more active king is generally doing okay. And this is a clever move. I think Gawain realizes that his advantage that he probably had is disappearing, and he's trying to swap off pawns. When you're trying to get a draw, the more pawns you can swap off, the better. What was that move? And now, all of a sudden, Gawain's got this very dangerous pawn. So it depends if it can be captured or not. This is maybe now risky, because Gawain's king, all of a sudden, is going to become the better king. So it's actually now Black who has to try and draw this. Black's losing a pawn. Black is down on time. So this has changed rapidly. Rapidly. It might still be a draw because there's so little material on the board, but I think, what are we going to bet on? I think Gawain, actually, with this e-pawn, is looking really good. It might be going to 4 out of 4. Bishop b3. The way to win this is to try to win the B pawn now with the king. So the king is coming around to try to win that last pawn. And I think it's just winning, easily winning. Yeah, we're going to win that pawn and play pawn to e6. Pawn to e6 with 2 pawns up, and then the A pawn will do it. Well done, Gawain. Very, very good result. Gawain has gone to maximum points, which is 4 out of 4. Okay, Shirov. I did say Shirov. Let's have a look. Shirov 1. Yay. I've got nothing against the player of the white pieces, but Shirov now on 4 out of 4. We're definitely, I'm cheering for Shirov. Definitely. Okay, we're just trying to find another game, and the top seed, is he still cruising? No, he lost against Dretch. Dretch from America took down the top seed. Whoa, who is Dretch? Someone let me know. You can do the homework for me, because if I start clicking on things, it can all go a little bit pear-shaped. This is what we call diagonal power. Look at that. This looks beautiful from Dretch. Let's see how he won the game. Well, we have this position here with the bishop being incredibly strong. Is it Conrad Holt? That sounds about right. Very strong player from America. There's loads of strong players. And look at the way this game finished. Rook takes g7, getting rid of one of the defenders of that diagonal. Knight takes f1. King takes here. And look at this. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Queen to g5. If the king goes to f7, that is what we call Schachmatt in German. Very bad German. And if he goes to this square, which he did, oh, now this is one of those peculiar checkmates that you can do just with a bishop. Just with a bishop. Very, very nice finish from Conrad Holt there. Really well done there. Very impressive. Now we'll just update, and we'll just put it on standings for a second so you can see who is on 4 out of 4. Now, just actually to give you a little bit of a update on who has actually got to maximum points before. Back in 2016, with 153 players, Boytnik, I think of Russia or Ukraine, got 9 out of 9. In 2007 or 2006, I think it is, Magnus Carlsen, some decent chess player, has got 9 or 9.5 out of 10 a few times when there's only been 200 or fewer players. And Hikaru has got about 9 points, but never maximum. So I don't think anyone has ever got maximum, have they? Has anyone ever got 10 out of 10? I don't think so. Wow. Maybe today. Maybe we're going to witness something very special. But let's remember, the top 8 players will qualify for the knockout stage. Now, round 4, we'll see if it's still going on. We'll just have a little update. There is going to be a short break after round 4. But I think there's still games going on. So I want to make sure we don't break if there's anything still happening. No, they are now. We can have a quick look at the score. So round 4 over, you can have a look at yourself. Remember, you can go into Chess.com and check out the scores yourself. Some names I can see. Is that Morozevich? Maybe. That would be great. One of my favorite players. I don't know. Ganguly of India. It used to be Anand's second. Gawain Jones and Shirov up there as well. Peter Svidler as well. Now, there is a little break now. And the reason there is a break after round 4, and I think this is so important, is that there's it's called a fair play break. And that basically is that basically means that, you know, the players, if they are cheating, they're going to get found out. And unfortunately, people do often cheat. So they do this after round 4 and after round 7 as well. But I'm also going to take a little break just for a couple of minutes so I can restock my throat and do all those things. Enjoy the slideshow. Do remember it is September at the moment. And if you want to watch the Twitch stream, or you're thinking about renewing your subscription anywhere, you get a discount. And if you subscribe to the Chess.com Twitch chat. You avoid all the adverts. You get an ad-free experience on Chess.com as well when you log in. And deep gratitude for supporting events like this. And of course, it's only with subscriptions and stuff that these events can be held and promote chess. So do think about that. We're going to go on a short break. Be back again very soon. See you shortly. Well, welcome back. I just made myself a quick pizza and had my dinner there in that break. I hope you had a chance to cook yourself some food and eat as well. And one thing that people often question and is debated a lot everywhere online is the fair play rules. And this is really looking out for cheaters and to get rid of people who might be attempting to use a computer. And people don't realize just how much dedication Chess.com put into finding and making sure it is a fair play zone. And you can see here that Chess.com have a team of professionals using stats methods and manual review. And it's a big team. Trust me, there's a lot of people who do this. For example, in 2020, already over 500 million games have been reviewed. That was Danny over a weekend. Danny Wrench, when he wasn't commentating. Took him a while, but he got there. And to date, Chess.com has received confessions regarding violations from over 300 title players. That's a lot of cheating. 300 people with titles have been cheating. And account closures for fair play total more than 100,000 over the last 8 years. So anyone who thinks that stuff is not going on to look for fair play, you're wrong. It really is going on. And fair play is a big issue. But let's go straight back in now, because we have round 5 already starting. And we mentioned Shirov. So let's have a look at Shirov. It is really sad, the cheating thing. It's happened to me many times that not that I was cheating, obviously, but that I faced cheats, even in Title Tuesday. And I don't understand why people do it. You will get caught. You will get in trouble. You will get thrown out, and you'll get a bad reputation. It's not worth doing. Spoils it for everyone, but you'll get caught, basically. It's as simple as that. Everyone, just don't do it, no matter what your level. So Shirov on maximum points playing Chess Warrior, and I think that is from Uzbekistan here. And Shirov looks like is going to be swapping off numerous pawns and pieces. Okay, well, black could have probably got a draw straight away there by taking on b2 and allowing the exchange of c5, but this position must be very equal. It's equal on pawns, and the only thing you could say is the e6 pawn is quite weak because it's not defended by another pawn, but I don't think that's a real issue. And now both sides are trying to get their pieces into the position. I really like this move. This is very clever, I think, even though the computer doesn't agree, because Shirov is trying to reposition his bishop onto this c3 square where it defends the weakness and also puts some pressure on black's king. So I would say this is a clever idea with that bishop being rerouted, but this must be getting close to a draw now because more exchanges will occur. And there's the old saying that all rook endings are drawn. That's not always true, but we could have a perpetual now with the king and rook going backwards and forwards there. I'm not really sure that Chess Warrior should be playing for a win. It shows quite dedication if he does here. If he does play for a win. I mean, you've got to love Shirov. He's been one of the best chess players ever. If you haven't heard of him, shame on you. I have to say, shame on me earlier for not hearing of one of the top seeds, Arjun of India. Yeah, I know lots of people are going to hate me for that, but we do our best. But black is actually playing for the win. So black is trying to maneuver his king around. So he's going for a win at all costs. So you've got to say, Chess Warrior, you have some cojones for playing on, but you're playing a very strong player here in Shirov. So is it really wise to do that? Time situation, they both have about a minute and 20 left. And now that black's got the bishop here, it does actually seem that black is making progress. And I'm just being told that Chess Warrior is the young player, Nordibek, who I believe is the world's youngest grandmaster, or if not the world's youngest, one of the world's youngest grandmasters ever. And he's actually he's really pushing Shirov here. It's like youth versus experience, and he is making progress. Look how the black king's got in. So this kid is really going for it. Can he now play something like e4? Nope. He's going to try and maneuver, I feel, his rook around to h2. Okay, he's going this way first. Shirov under a little bit of pressure. Now the threat is bishop takes bishop, and you can't recapture. So how is Shirov going to defend this position? This is not easy. And if black can ever get his rook to one of these two squares, it's going to be tricky. So he's had to do this. Black's pawn's now very good. Can it be winning, though? This is the question. Can black find a way to keep the pressure up? Only 15 years old. Wow. God, what were you guys doing when you were 15? Were you playing chess like this? I certainly wasn't playing chess like this. when I was 15. Amazing. Okay, so now he's going to try and use his pawns. I have to agree with my producer there. Most certainly. I could have been world champion otherwise. And the black rook has got around. So this was the danger we mentioned earlier. With two passed pawns like this, Shirov is under pressure. Under pressure. Hello, Jess Fox, saying he's riding his BMX. Like Slash from Guns N' Roses. He was don't know why that sprung to mind when he was 15. I don't think I even had internet when I was 15, to lead me astray. Shows how old I was. But I feel that black's making progress here. Shirov's just trying to hold on, and he's now going to get rid of one of those pawns. But black is a pawn up here. The time situation is getting very critical. Very, very critical. The one thing that white can try to do is push this pawn, and he's going for it. That pawn, though, Shirov's pawn, very dangerous. Who's in danger of losing here? Okay, I think it must be a draw now. The pawns are getting hoovered off. Bring out the hoover. Is Naughty Beck still going to try and win this position? Surely not. He can't win this position. He's still trying to win. Incredibly dangerous. But I mean, why are kids so brave? Probably because they haven't faced the harsh realities of life. Is that right? Is that why kids are so brave? You lose your ambition when you get a couple of knocks. It's strange. But okay, well, he has got now 2 connected passed pawns, but I feel this should be a draw because white's pawn is so far advanced, and the white king has now got in front of these pawns. But don't quote me on that. I mean, I'm really impressed by Naughty Beck's play. He's really going for it, and Shirov's just trying to sit tight, but black is making progress. These pawns are now going to come up the board slowly. Is he actually going to lose this one, Shirov? This would be amazing. Look at the time. He moved. Oh, wow. He's lost on time. Unbelievable. Well, I'm pretty amazed by that. I mean, that is phenomenal play by Naughty Beck. I mean, just the absolute optimism of saying I'm going to win that position. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I would have given up that position hours ago and said, nah, I'm not going to win this. Draw? Do you want to draw? Draw? But he didn't. He kept playing on. So unbelievable optimism and confidence. And it looks like this one's going to end in a draw as well. Good friend of mine playing with the black pieces there. So Naughty Beck is now on 5 out of 5. And let's just have a look who else is up there on 5 out of 5. Well, Shirov still having a brilliant run. Liam Le Quang is up there. And we have some other big names. Fireheart. Is Fireheart... Who is Fireheart from India? Is that going to be... I think I know who that is. The Fireheart... Who's Fireheart? Someone... Is that Adiban? It might be Adiban, who is... He's one of the happiest grandmasters around. He's always smiling. You got to love Adiban. He's a big old smiler, is old Adiban. Smiling, smiling, smiling. I love Adiban. It's nice when you see a smile. Always, it just lights up the room. It's better than my misery. When I play chess, I'm like... Anyone looks at me, I'm like, ugh, don't look at my game. Get away from my board. Adiban is brilliant. He is brilliant. Adiban is fantastic. He's always happy, and he's got loads of. He's got so much energy. He's like, don't know, just boundless amounts of energy. Okay, round 6 has started. Okay, well, hang on a minute. Let's go to Svidler. Now, can we have someone getting 10 out of 10? I want to see 10 out of 10. I want to see 10 out of 10. Peter Svidler playing against his compatriots, Big Fish. Big Fish is a big fish. Is that Fedoseev? Very, very strong player, Fedoseev. I think it's Fedoseev. And Svidler playing the Raw Lopez again. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a opening I think you should all try to learn when you're young. I'm too old to learn new openings now. Maybe I will one day. And both of these guys on maximum points. Pretty standard position. Now Svidler getting ready to play c5, which he does, and d4 being played. This is very similar to the game that he had before. It is Fedoseev who's playing. Again, hello to everyone in the chat. I'm watching it. Do get yourselves over to chess.com/TV. You know, I'm looking at the chat over there. So hello to the Punisher 007. Hello, Mr. Bond. I knew you loved chess. And also I'm looking at the chat on twitch.tv chess as well. So hello there. I mean, I played Title Tuesday last Tuesday, and if you want to have a look at my attempts at it, you can go to my YouTube channel. You can see how I get duffed up on a regular basis by these guys. Now, this seems fairly even still. A normal position where white has slightly better pawn structure, because I don't like this pawn here of Svidler's. In the long run, that could be a bit weak, but black is still very solid. You can also look at these bishops, and these bishops later on, and Garry Kasparov demonstrated this in his, when he became world champion and beating Karpov in the late 80s. He had a great game in this kind of position where these bishops came to life. And another thing you should do to prove is try to look at your classic games. Someone asking if Morozevich is playing, one of my favorite players as well. I don't think he is. I think that was another Morozevich, like someone using his handle. Okay, and now Svidler trying to get into the d3 square. He's going to try and use this square here to plonk a piece. So white guarding the d3 square, and still a very even position. And now Svidler breaking with d5. He's trying to get rid of his weak pawn, and straight away white comes in to activate his knight and to attack the bishop. The knight on d4 is now a bit more active than it was before. And very complex position. All the pieces, well, not anymore, but nearly all the pieces remain on the board. Are we going to have multiple exchanges now? White at the moment a pawn up. Very clever move, I think. Attacking the rook, attacking the bishop. This is, and you look at the time, big Peter is up on time. He was up on time. Can we see, I mean, how I would be so happy if I saw Svidler get 10 out of 10. Oh, the first person ever to get 10 out of 10. What do we reckon his chances are? I mean, must be one of the most respected Russian players ever. He's also, like I say, a real gentleman, Svidler. The thing I like about Peter Svidler, you know, he's quite different to, let's say, Hikaru Nakamura, who's a legend as well. Hikaru, you know, he's got a lot better, but he probably wasn't always the most humble of guys. You could say when he looked, you know, his facial expressions, maybe he can't help it. Great player, nice guy, Hikaru nowadays. I don't know what's going on in this position now. What has happened here? Oh, well, it looks to me like this is now an exchange up for white. I think Svidler's in trouble. I was going to say anyway with Svidler, he's so humble. Whenever he does any commentary and he talks about his chess, even though he's one of the best chess players in the world, he will, oh, more exchanges here. What's happening? I don't understand this at all. Now, if we play knight to f6, we can trap that knight. And I think this is missed by white. And Peter Svidler, very humble, and it's a draw. Okay, they agree a draw. It was looking drawn then. And, you know, even when he's one of the best players in the world, he'd be going, oh, you know, I didn't like this move. He could be checkmating his opponent in like 3 moves, and he'd be like, oh, yeah, not very happy about this position. And then it'd be like checkmate, and he'd be go, yeah, I didn't play very well there. Only beat Magnus Carlsen, and, you know, a great game. No, he's really humble guy. Okay, well, that seemed like quite an exciting draw, quite complex draw there as well. Now, we'll quickly go back to the score. So they've got to 5.5. No one has got to 6 points. So let's have a look at Nordibek. He played that brilliant game. And let me just get his handle. Where is Nordibek? Is he still playing? We'll see if we can find his game. Okay, well, that is not Morozevich. Chess Warrior, I think, is Nordibek, right? And he's won. Nordibek has won. He is now, we'll just have a look at the end of his game. He has got 2 maximum points. He's playing so well. And let's see how he did it. Well, he now seems to be under a bit of pressure, but he is a piece up. I say he's under pressure because his king's weak, but an extra piece is an extra piece. And how did he finish it off? When you're material up, it's a good idea to try and exchange pieces off because the position becomes simpler to win. So black tries to keep the queens on with ideas of coming down here, but white calls the bluff, simply takes that one because the rook can come back to defend. And after one more check, with the rook coming back to these squares to defend the checks, there's nothing that can be done. And now a nice little tactic. This is what we called earlier the hook. This is the one thing in white's way. So you just blast it open. Find the entrance point into your opponent's position and get it out of the way. Boom. And now, well, it's checkmate and 2 pieces down. That's not only fun. Okay. One thing I always do, I always forget what round we're in this. It's round 6, and you can see Nordibek is the only player on 6 out of 6. Can he get 10 out of 10? He's the kind of player he could. Let's see if anyone else can get there. If this game is a win, we might have Adiban. Is Adiban going to join him on 6 out of 6? Look at their time. Oh, I think he is. I think he's going to mate him. Is he going to mate him? That king can't survive, surely. How is that king surviving? It's checkmate. Well done, Adiban, the eternal smiler there from India. He's got to maximum as well. Oh, you've got to love Adiban. Well done, Adiban. Brilliant result for you. Beating a very strong and young grandmaster. Okay, we'll just update again, see if there's any more games in this round going on. They might be coming to an end now. There's 4 rounds to go. And the next highest game is here. Let's have a look. I love these time scrambles. So exciting. This one, an all grandmaster clash to see if anyone gets that 5.5 score. Who's even better here? Black is a pawn up, but his king is quite weak. So this is the problem. Normally when you're playing blitz chess, it's better. Okay, it's better to have the safer king. And this is proving to be the point here. White has the safer king. So white actually has the better position. Because there's always issues when your king is weak. So when you're playing blitz and now the rook is dropping. Oh, no, it's not dropping. Not yet. Oh, it is now. Okay. This is all over. White's extra queen will prevail. A good little tip for blitz, you can't really go wrong if you always go on the attack. Attack, attack, attack. Hang on a minute. What's happening with those pawns? They're coming down quickly, yeah? He's not going to mess this up, is he? He can't mess this up. No. Here comes the C pawn. Another queen is coming. Another queen is coming. And that is a win. Nice win there for white. Let's remind each other, this is round 6. After the next round, I think we take another break, a fair play break. So the players get checked for any little, maybe temptations they might get of using the computer. I suppose it is a temptation for some. Rakesh doing well. Well done, Rakesh. Chess.com, works at Chess.com. Great reporter. A very dangerous player. He's on 4.5 now. And let's have a look at the standings before round 7. So we have 4 players on maximum points. Are we going to get someone with 10 out of 10? What do you guys reckon? Shall we have a bet? I don't think it's going to happen. No one's going to get 10 out of 10. And do remember, when the open section is over, they have the top 8 players go to a playoff, meaning there can only be one, a knockout, which I'll be commentating on as well. Well, I think we might, 6 out of 6 is a very big score. And there are 4 players there. Look, we have these other big names. I'll just name some of the other guys. We have Jabava there, who's up on 5.5. Ilyanov used to be the highest rated player from Ukraine. I think he got to world number 4 at one moment on 5.5. Svidler, we saw his game, and the players on 6.5. Okay, well, we have the games have started. So let's have a look now at Liam Lequan, who is ex-Blitz world champion against Adiban of India. And it started with Adiban playing the very aggressive King's Indian defense, one of the most aggressive systems. One thing I love about Adiban's play is he's so aggressive. Adiban is like a born attacker. He's a real hacker. I mean, there's look at this. He's going for it. The knight's coming in. This is all theory. This has actually all been seen before. And Adiban is often very well prepared. Would you guys, when you're playing in a competition, because Adiban is known to be like the smiling and happy grandmaster, and he's a lovely chap, but would you rather lose to someone who's always smiling, you know, or would you rather lose to someone who's, you know, doesn't show that he's happy at the end of the game? You know, I think if I lost to someone, I'd be in a little bit of a bad mood, and if he's happily smiling at the end of the game, like, I'll be like, stop smiling. I want to show my pain. I'd rather someone was like, oh, I'm really sorry. You know, even if they didn't mean it, which I'm sure they wouldn't mean it. They're like, oh, I'm really sorry you lost. Oh, I'd be like, okay, I can deal with that. It might be a bit disconcerting to lose to someone who's always smiling. I don't know. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm just being a bit harsh. But in this position, it does seem now that White has the advantage because look at White's development. Look at his development. What is Adiban's pieces doing here? This is going to be really tough for Adiban. I think the opening got him into a lot of trouble. I have to agree, actually, with Ragon in the chat. There's not enough positivity in the world, and we kind of do need some more smilers at the moment. We should all have a little smile. That's my best attempt at a smile. Not very used to smiling. No, I am. I'm joking. Calm down. Okay, so I like White's position because White is now getting ready to put the rook into the 7th rank there. And what are these guys doing? Adiban's got a little bit tricked in the opening, so he's trying to get his knight into the game, but there goes the rook. And there's also pressure against G7 here. That bishop there is under a lot of play, a lot of pressure. Well, I think most people smile when they watch my games. You know, all you have to do is watch a number of my games. Well, they actually laugh when they watch my games. They're like, he can't be a GM. How did he do? No way could he be a GM. But that's a different topic. Adiban's still holding on here, but I think Liam Lequan has a great chance to get to 7 out of 7. He's got ideas now of F4. Has he got some tactic here to do with rook takes G7 and a discovered check? Like rook takes G7, king takes, bishop E7 check. Could be playable. But then maybe black is okay with something like knight G6. Black can always bring the knight back here to defend. So what should White do? One thing White can do is maybe just push this pawn. That's a very slow method, but there should be a stronger move here. I mean, if you get your pawn to H5, you stop this knight ever coming back to defend on G6 because you'll be attacking it always. So that's one good plan that White has. But first of all, he's gone F4, and now the knight gets to G6. And that knight on G6, I feel, is a good square for the knight because the white rook might have to move back. I'm not sure about this F4 move. And the knight has gone back there, and the rook's trying to stay on the 7th rank. But Adiban defending very well here. He just needs to get this bishop into the game, and he has a chance. Okay, well, that move, not sure it's going to help him much there. I don't know what he could have played, though. It's a very difficult position. And now White's found a very aggressive idea. The knight attacks D6, and the knight starts to activate. Adiban's been on the back foot for a long time, defends the pawn, and it's just these two pieces mainly, which are very bad. I mean, look at the bishop on c8. This is really horrible because the pawn is in the way of that bishop. I think Liam Lequang is going to win here. Adiban needs a miracle, especially with only 20 seconds left. We'll have a look at Nordibek's game after this as well. Hopefully they're still playing. Liam Lequang, the first person to get to 7 points. I think there's no moves for Adiban. He's trying a little bit of desperation, but now simply taken. 6 seconds left. Walking into a very uncomfortable attack there. Rook can come to c7. Should be winning. Should be winning this one. Put your rook there. Black is nearly what we call in Zugzwang, meaning black can't move anything. What can black move? Black can't move this, either his bishops. Now this wins a piece. And Adiban, is he going to get himself in some checkmate position? And is he going to smile about it? I don't think he'll be smiling about it. Okay, are we going to see a nice checkmate here? I'd like to see some pretty checkmate. No, white's just going to pick up all the pieces. The more methodical way of playing. And, well, this is all over. White's 2 pieces up. And that is checkmate next move. Very nice game for Liam Lequang. Very, very nice game. Let's have a look how Nordibek was getting on. And he's still playing. He's still playing. So Naja of Russia seems to be a queen up against Nordibek. So Nordibek, one of the youngest grandmasters ever, if not the youngest, is struggling here. And we're going to probably have... Oh, look at the time. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, well done to Nordibek, but he had connection problems. Oh, that is a cruel twist of fate. He's a queen up, and his internet decides to do a Windows update. Maybe that's what happened. Windows says, okay, time to update now. You're about to be leading the strongest ever tournament online. Let's just give you a little update. And Microsoft decides to, I'm not saying it's Microsoft, I'm only joking. Just don't take anything I say seriously. And he disconnected. He had some problems. And this is why having a stable internet connection is so strong. And Nordibek is on maximum points. Really? Okay, let's have a look at that. There's only 2 people on 7 and they have to play. So we could have someone on 8 out of 8. Oh, great to see that my good friend Gwaine Jones is on 6.5 of England. And we can have a look at the other scores as well. Peter Svidler and his opponent for the last round, his fellow Russian Fedoseev, both won their last game. So they're only half a point behind. But let's remember that it's the top 8 players go through to the knockout. So you've got to get into the top 8. If you finish on the same score as someone else at the end of the tournament, then you do have the tie-break system. So it depends, I think, on your opponent's scores as well. And it's all tie breaks have positives and negatives. So the top 8 will go into a knockout. And it does look like we're going to see some of these guys on 7 out of 7 have a great chance to do that. Okay, so we'll see how many games are going on this round. And can we have a look at the top one? Let's just have a little look. Oh, dear. And this is one of the strongest females in the world with the rook, I believe, playing against the knight. Now, this probably should be a draw, but it's quite difficult sometimes to keep your knight. And obviously with a rook, you should play on. And now, in order to win this, you need to try and force the king to the back rank. And at the moment, white doing a very good job of drawing this. The way you try to draw this, very important to keep your king and knight as close together as you can. And the 50 move rule has been met there, so it's a draw. Because if your knight starts drifting away from your king, then you can lose your knight. You need to keep these pieces really close together. So that's what Cuban managed to do to hold the draw. Very important little tactic. And I think we're now coming to the end. There's 3 rounds to go until we have the knockout. So a little look at the scores. 3 rounds to go. They have their fair play break now, meaning that, again, the system is checked for anyone who wants to consider using computer assistant. They will get caught out. Keep it as fair play as we can. And we're going to go on a little break. One thing you guys will like to see is a slideshow, but I also like to remember the program you might want to use and have a look at. It's an app. If you search for Dr. Wolf, quite a cool name. I wish I was Simon Wolf. A bit more impressive than Simon Williams, Wolf. But if you've ever wanted a personal chess coach, they cost a lot of money. And there is an app, Dr. Wolf, which can basically, find out your weaknesses and your strengths. You can see it here, and you can download it, and it's for free. So you don't have to pay anything to get it. And it will basically help you out and improve your play. So if you're looking for a free, fun chess app and your own personal coach, go and check out Dr. Wolf there. And he may well be able to help you out. So I'm going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with the last 3 rounds very shortly. So we'll see you very soon. Well, welcome back. And if you're wondering why there is a break after round 3 and 7 of the Titled Tuesday 10-round event, again, it's so important for Chess.com, and I think in general, all chess online, to make things as fair as possible. And you can see some of the things that happens to do this, really, to make sure that people who really unfortunately decide they want to use computer assistant will get caught out, and they nearly always do. They always do, as far as I'm aware. And the current team, there's 17 full-time members, 5 statisticians, 7 cheat detectives, and 5 title players manually reviewing things, which is phenomenal. That's a lot of money put into finding people who decide to cheat, because we don't want cheats around, do we? No one wants to cheat around. There's real-time checks as well. You have dedicated players doing things. I know they use webcams if they can in a lot of events to make sure people are doing doing things fairly. And they also, Chess.com, invest in top agencies and other statisticians, which I know, to keep on top of new developments in cheating. So the real thing to bear in mind is cheating is not worth it. Cheats will get caught out, and they will often get shamed as well. So, just don't cheat. It's not fun. It's not good on anyone. I've never really understood it, because I've come across cheats before, and I think if you watch my long play games, my YouTube channel, you'll see this. And it's, I have a lot of people cheating. They play, it's quite obvious they're cheating. And what are they getting from it? Are they getting, they can say they've beaten a grandmaster, but they haven't. They've just turned on the computer and copied the computer's moves. I mean, come on. Don't do it. Oh, dear. Anyway, it makes me feel a little bit queasy, eh? Anyway, they will get caught. So it's good to know that it's a fair play arena, and the amount of dedication to finding cheats, I think, is really reassuring. I mean, also, I think of it a bit of an analogy. There's always chats online about, this website doesn't do enough to stop cheats. It's the website's fault. I've always thought, well, if you think about it, you could say that about a prison, couldn't you? It's the prison's fault that these criminals are committing the crimes. It's not really the prison's fault. The prison is where the criminals are. You can't blame it on the prison. You've got to blame it on the criminals. And it's the same with Chess.com or any other site. You can't blame the site if people are cheating and they're doing the best they can. You've got to blame the people who are cheating. Simple. I mean, come on, logic. Anyway, that's my little rant over. It's always good to have a little rant. Has the next round started? I think it has. So we are going to go to the top board. And what is happening here? Well, very quickly, I'm going to go through the opening moves because it's extremely exciting. It's a Kara Khan, Nordi Beck versus Liam Le Quang. These are the 2 players on maximum points. It's a Kara Khan. I'm just going to get up to date with the position because it's very exciting, very solid. But then all of a sudden, knight to f4 played, and this looks really weak. King f7, rook to e1. I like white's position. e5, pawn takes e5, knight takes e5. And let's go a couple of moves forwards. We have this position here. What is happening? It looked bad. It looked bad for black because the king had to move. But now black's development looks really good. The bishop is fantastic. And knight d3. Ooh, the knight is coming in here. White has a problem with the back rank. So Nordi Beck has... Oh, yeah, we need to get the screen back to the board. Okay, and you can see, sorry about that. We're back to the board now. My apologies there. Anyway, you've got to practice your blindfold chess there. I actually did that on purpose because you guys, if you want to be a better chess player, visualize what the grandmaster says. I like throwing in these curveballs now and again to make sure you try to use that visualization. Anyway, this is the position. This is the top board game. And it is Nordi Beck with the white pieces against Liam Le Quang. They're both on maximum points, 7 out of 7. And it looks to me like the white king is in a lot of trouble because it's got this problem on the back rank. Can Nordi Beck pull off another miracle? Because remember in the last game, he pulled off a miracle. Now black actually trying to exchange queens. He's relying on his strong knight on d3. And this is a really strong knight. It always has ideas of coming into f2. White also has the problem with these 2 pieces. These 2 pieces are not developed. So if he exchanges the queens off, how's he going to get the 2 pieces in red into the game? And chess is obviously about structure. And about pieces. And the problem white has here is the pieces. White's piece is not as active as black's. Maybe black can even play something like g4 here and try to get this other knight into a good square. Black, instead, trying to keep it simple, he just exchanges off the one white piece, which was reasonably developed. But now he's got to do something with the knight because the knight is there. Or does he? Because that knight is not actually under pre, because there's always a back rank idea, but you do have knight g1. So this is, he does move the knight just in case. So it's still looking good for black, but Nordicbeck is doing a great job of holding on to this position. And now he's managed to get his bishop out. If he manages to hold this one, this would be phenomenal. Time, though, 35 seconds left. 30. Are we going to see, is this going to be a draw, or is one of these players going to go into first place on their own? The queens have come off, and I feel like white's position is getting better. You know, he was in a lot of trouble, and now maybe he's only slightly worse. Okay, well, you know what? This position, I do want to keep an eye on the game, but I see a lot of people in the chat saying there's an amazing game going on between Shirov and Jabava. And these two guys, let's have a quick look, are two of the most exciting players ever. And it's not actually that exciting. It's a rook ending with Jabava being a number of pawns up. So Jabava is going to get that one. Rook d1 checkmate, nearly threatened. Jabava's going to win. Let's go back to the top board again now. We don't want to miss out on the top board and see what's happening there. Okay, so the game's going on. Liam Lequan has still got the advantage. He's trying to come in with the rook. His knight is very nicely placed, and his king is in a good position for the ending. But Nordicbeck holding on. Black now trying to double rooks on the open file. Clearly what you should do, get your rooks to the open file and use them on the open file. And look at the time, 25 seconds left for both players. Can Nordicbeck hold this one? But he's won a pawn now. White has won a pawn, but black has managed to get his rook into the game. And I think the e5 pawn will drop. 18 seconds left for white now. He's got to activate his king for the ending. And the king looks very scary up there, so white has blocked the check. And white, let's remember, now Nordicbeck is a pawn up. He was doing really badly. And now, at least he has that extra pawn. But I think it's going to come down to the clock. It's going to come down to the clock, surely. And the danger, the white... Okay, I think Nordicbeck is fighting back hard here, yeah? He seems to be coming back really well. Okay, black has got his pawn back. He's got ideas of getting a mating net, but keep an eye on the clock. It's a double rook ending. Could be quite drawn, but who's got the more active king? Liam Lequan still has the more active king, but now white activating his rook. We could get exchanges and many a pawns here, leading to a very likely draw. One idea would be able to go king here and rook here, checkmate. Will he fall for that? King f3? No, he's gone for a check. He's gaining a little bit of time on the clock, and now he's going for the mate. Here, that's the only move to force that king away, and it's a draw. Ah, I'm a little bit disappointed it's a draw, I have to be honest, because no one is going to get 10 out of 10 now, and I think Liam Lequan will be kicking himself for not winning that one. But saying that, Nordicbeck, how well is this guy playing? He defended brilliantly. And we now have this group on 7.5. Anish is fighting back to get to 7 out of 8. But we have Nordicbeck, and then the two big Russians, Fedoseev and Peter Svidler, Liam Lequan, and then this big group, including like legends of the game like Sergei Karyakin on 7 out of 8. Unfortunately, I saw that Gawain lost that last game, even though he was in a great position. And can we see Anish get into the top 8 after losing the first game? Anish is on a roll of 7 out of 7 wins. Are there any games going on? We can have a look. And there is a game going on. And this is between another player who might get to 7, Parhamov, this talented and brilliant Iranian player. And he should win this one. Eventually, the pawn here will drop. You probably just come and take this pawn with your knight now. This is the simplest way to win. Okay, he's done it with the king. and Parhamov is also up there in the mix. And I think the next round's going to start very soon. So we'll just keep it on this. We'll keep it here until the next round starts. I say that, and we'll go back. Round 9 starting any second. So this is the score. Who's going to win it then? Who is going to win it? So chess.com/TV. Who is going to win it? I'm looking at the chat there in chess.com TV. Bloomgree Hayes is saying Uzbekistan has better internet than Russia. Not sure about that. I'm sure he's talking about one of the games which was lost on time. The Curious Parrot is in the chat. Hello, the Curious Parrot. Nice name. Who do you think is going to win it on twitch.tv/chess? Okay, it has started now. So which game should we look at? We will go to Liam Lequang versus Peter Svidler, I think, in this one. Let's keep it on this game. 2 major games. Svidler. Yasser for president saying Svidler. Hamel Body is saying, is Hikaru playing? No, Hikaru is not playing, so you can't win it, I'm afraid to say. A lot of people saying Svidler. Well, this is a key game then. And Svidler has the disadvantage of the black pieces here. And it is harder being black in these games. Much harder. This is a massive game. If one of the players wins this one, they'll probably, if you win on 7.5, you get to 8.5. 8.5 is going to be very close to qualifying, even if you lose the last round. So a win here is critical. They will get through to the knockout stages. Bishop E2, fairly even positions so far. Both players developing sensible. Let's have a look at the other game on 7.5. We'll try to flick through those 2 games. This is Nordibek versus Fedoseev of Russia, and this one is also looking fairly even. Nordibek he's really surviving lots of kind of dodgy positions here, and now he has won the bishop pair. So maybe Nordibek is in the best position so far out of players. Back to Peter Svidler, and still pretty sensible English opening structure so far in this one. White has this pressure against d5, but Peter now using the center. Is he going to push on with d4? Nope. He's sensibly developing all of his pieces. So it looks fairly even here. If this is a draw, they might need to win the last round to qualify. Maybe not. 8.5, probably the score you want to get through to qualify is 8.5, at least out of 10 to get to the last 8. But these guys have good tie breaks. Now, what has happened here? What has happened here? What happened there? I took my eye off it, and he's gone knight takes e3. What is that? He's gone for a sacrifice. He's got 2 pawns for the piece, but is that really sound? And now he's bringing his queen in. Svidler's taken a lot of risks here. He could have kept it very solid, but Svidler's the first person to risk it. Wow, that is very brave play. We're going to see if it was a good idea or not. Liam Lequang now trying to bring his pieces around to defend, and Svidler increasing the pressure by attacking the queen. Now, what is the move here? He's threatening checkmate on g2. Is Svidler's brave play going to pay off? How do you stop checkmate? Bishop f3, I take it. Knight e4, I take it. Do you have to play g3 here? I don't. Okay, maybe you have to play g3. I think Svidler's very, very brave play may be paying off, because now the knight doesn't have any good squares because b3 is dropping. This is, I mean, you've got to give Svidler a round of applause. His sacrifice seemed crazy to me, but he's got all this counterplay. I think it is, I believe with slow keto jogger, sounds a bit like me, except for the keto and jogger part. Just slow, or slow jogger. Slow, except for the keto part. Very slow jogger will be better. Genius play by Svidler. Can he convert this? If he wins, he's up on time. He's now got 2 extra pawns. If he wins this, he's going to be through to the knockout. So whoever said Svidler, great suggestion. And he got a lovely square for his knight there. Look at this square for the knight. Fantastic square in the center of the board, defended by the pawn. So it's looking very good for Svidler. And let's have a look at the other game going on and quickly update here. Nordibek with the white pieces seemed to be doing well earlier, but now he's a pawn down to Fedoseev of Russia. The two Russian players doing very well. It could all be about the C file, but maybe also about this B pawn. That pawn is very dangerous. It might not be an extra pawn, but if you compare this pawn to the F pawn, which is the better pawn? It's the B pawn coming down the board like that. So it looks like both of the Russian players are doing very well. Back to Svidler's game. Can I just show that combination again? We're just going to show what Peter Svidler did because it was a pretty normal position around here. Now, Svidler could have played a sensible move like Queen E7, but instead he went for this outrageous sacrifice. Knight takes E3, and he only got 2 pawns to the piece, and he brought the queen in now. And this was really gambling play from Svidler. Who knows if it works? But as we said before, having the initiative is the most important thing. Back to the game. What's happened? It's changed again. Okay, update on the game. Svidler was doing very well in this position. I'm going to update the moves. And all of a sudden, white plays rook takes d4. And now we have a little tactical exchange. I don't think Svidler should have taken on g3. Is Liam Li Kwong back in the mix? And the problem here is that white has too many pieces. Look at all the pieces that white has. How many pieces do you want, white? Oh, my words. What a crazy position. What a crazy position. White has 2 rooks and a knight, and Svidler just has 1 queen and 4 pawns. I've never seen anything like this before. What is this? What is this? Queen E3 check, knight here, and now maybe he can... Oh, he's won the rook. Svidler's won the rook. Boom. Oh, Svidler. Svidler. Oh, that was that was completely up again. And now this one's changed as well. Okay, we should stick with the game, but I just wanted to see how it happened. Nordibek now all of a sudden has 2 connected pass pawns. Where did that come from? I think they're both getting quite nervous there, but you have to give Peter a round of applause there. It was a rather up and down game there. But is black in trouble now against the 2 connected pass pawns? Well, I think he is now. These pawns are going. They are going. Because if B2, let's have a look at this line. I think you can play C7. And then if you queen, I can go D7 check and queen. What on earth is happening? This has happened. This has happened. Look at this crazy line. D7. And then pawn takes here queen. And now he gets another queen. And he's won. Whoa. Nordibek. Naughty Nordy, I think. Naughty Nordy. It looked very good for Fedoseev, and he's going to be kicking himself. But Nordibek, again, if we go back to the position around here, is proving why he's such a dangerous player. And around here, it must be good for black. But after some moves, what happens? Something goes very wrong for black, and white just manages to get some counterplay, starting with this move. And again, what you're seeing in these blitz games is the player who plays the most active, who gets the most active position, is normally the one who's going to get the results. So we have now 2 players on 8.5. There's one more round to see who is going to get into the top 8 of the commentary. And are there any... Okay, well, we'll just have a look at the scores again quickly. There's still some games going on. Anish lost his last round. So it looks like Anish will not qualify unless he wins and gets very lucky. 8.5, I think, is the score you need to get into the top 8. So we'll have a look. Is the Iranian player... Oh, this is a big game. Big game. Well, we can recognize that face there, can't we? Anyone tell me who that is? One of the really talented player, and he's won. He has won. Who's that? Come on, guys. Recognize the face. Whose face is that? It's not because I've temporarily forgotten his name. Of course it's not. I'm not trying to trick you. Korobov. There you go. Korobov. And Korobov is now in the mix. Parhamov probably not going to qualify this time around. Remember, there's only one more game left. Does Gawain Jones of England have a chance? Gawain is struggling against a young Russian player here. It should be a draw, but you kind of need to get to 8.5. 8.5 points is the magic score. And this position should be a draw, but they're both short of time. Gawain just has to kind of wait here. The rook is actually doing a very good job of cutting across. And now you just got to avoid getting checkmated. Black realizes that in order to qualify, he has to win this position. So maybe Gawain will get lucky. Okay, is he going to take the draw? They've taken the draw there in that position. Shirov, we'll have a look how Shirov's getting on. It's the last round coming up. Who won between Shirov? Well, it was Jabava. Jabava won. Bardar Jabava. A draw wasn't enough to qualify. I think it's going to be 8.5, which, remember, the top 8 places go through to the knockout stages. You can see the top 8 places here. We actually have one international master in the mix and the rest are grandmasters at the moment. Round 10 has started. So we're going to just have a look at which game we want to have a look at. Maybe we'll go for Jabava. We've got Sergei Karyakin, because I think now that we know some of the players are going to qualify. Where is Jabava? Here he is. Okay, this is a massive game for Jabava. He's got to win this one or draw maybe to qualify, but Fedoseev has got to win after losing that game. So with the black pieces, black has to win this game. So they're playing quite a normal Queen's Indian defense. Well, black has suddenly managed to get a big amount of pawns on the queen's side, but Jabava is crashing through in the center of the board. So if white wins this game, he's guaranteed in the last 8. Black has to win to get in the last 8. I think Svidler, who we've been told has already drawn with Nordibek. Why not? You don't want to risk it. I expected that might be a draw. The reason you want to draw, the last 8 players go into the knockout. There's no point risking it, is there? No point at all. Just get through into the knockout. I know it's not great for spectators, but they're saving a bit of energy. It means old Nordy can go and get himself a little glass of whiskey to get the energy for the next round. Not serious. Maybe Svidler can get a little glass of whiskey. Who knows? Have a little rest. But this game is much more critical. I think white only needs a draw to qualify, but black must win. Black is getting a lot of initiative on the queen side, but white, Jabava, loves attacking, and he has chances to attack. Stuff like knight g5, try to aim for h7. This could be his idea. So black pushing through here. Maybe black will try to play c3 and get the b pawn going at some point. If I was Jabava, I'd love to get the queen around here, but it might just get in the way. So instead, Jabava is blocking things up. What should black do? If I was black here, I might consider exchanging queens, and he has done. Because the one danger about black's position is with this pawn on e5, white can start an attack. And now the queens have been exchanged. It looks okay for black, but white has got this blockade. And the long-term plan for white is to push the pawn. So actually, Jabava, not that sad to exchange queens in the position. You want to maybe get your pawn to f5 here. Now that's giving away the b4 square. Risky strategy. White only needs a draw, I think, to qualify. Black needs to win. But they're both going for it in this game. Most pieces on the board are set for the queens. Okay, let's just have a look at the other qualifiers very quickly. There's a lot to look at here. And this is another game between a FIDE international master from Slovakia and Korobov. Now, Korobov is the exchange down. Maybe they've decided they need to get to 9 points in order to qualify. Now, white is probably doing well, but it does look a little bit risky with the king on g3. Korobov now trying to get his rook somewhere, but he can't get his rook to f8 because it's covered by the bishop. So how do you actually attack this king? You can't get any pieces near to attack it. This bishop is also very bad. You want to try to get this bishop in the game, but you can't do that either. So Korobov is trying to use the h-pawn to get a little bit of play over there. White stopping that one from happening, and now he's trying to get his bishop around, but he's going to have to move his knight. Now, he might try to go something like this. This is a long plan, but it's maybe a plan. Okay, instead, he creates a threat. Maybe White's going to qualify. This FIDE international master from Slovakia, one of the big upsets this could be qualifying here. It looks like White's doing very well in this position. People are saying you need 9 points to qualify. It might be you need 9 points. I'm not sure. We can have a very quick look at the score group. And the score group is these two players on 9 points. Svidler and Nordi have qualified. And you can see all the games here on 8 out of 9 are still going on. I think it might be 8.5. 9 points, you definitely qualify. 8.5 might be enough. Let's get back to the games. And we're going to go back now to Jabava's game. And what has happened here? Well, it seems that Jabava is now a pawn up, and he is using that f-pawn, so it's looking very good. I don't know why he's called Exotic Princess. You look at handles. Why is Jabava called himself Exotic Princess? I mean, what was he thinking? He was like, oh, hang on a minute. What should I call myself? What would be a good name that amplifies my style, shows off a bit of my personality, my creative genius, that really puts a little bit of fear into my enemies? Oh, what about Princess? Oh, I know, even better than Princess, Exotic Princess. I mean, I'm sorry, Jabava, I love your play, but Exotic Princess, that's you know, I don't really understand that. I mean, big fish, I can understand because you're like the big fish. You're the big daddy. You're the shark in a pool of minnows, you know. But Exotic Princess, I mean, which one really scares you, the Exotic Princess or the big fish? And the big fish is now getting a bit of play here with this A pawn. And he's trying to bring his rook around to B2. And this is now getting quite unclear. White has the pawns over here, but Black's won his pawn back. And it could go either way, this one. But look at the time advantage. Jabava has this major time advantage. I would go E6 here without thinking, but he hasn't done that. He's moved his knight around. And the only way White, I think, is trying to win. Is he trying to win this position? I'm not sure who's trying to win here. It's really hard to see. Now, you could try bringing your bishop around as someone's recommended, but then I might be able to take your pawn. And the problem is this pawn's always weak. So I think what Black is trying to do is to get his king, maybe to defend this pawn. But it should be, I think this position should be a draw. The computer assessment has gone completely off now, so don't listen to that. But just because it's equal doesn't mean it will end in a draw. They're both trying hard to win. They're not going for a quick draw, that's for sure. So don't look at the evaluation bar. Look at the position. Who do you think is making the most progress? Who's going to qualify? Imagine how tense this is. It's really tense here. They're both trying to win. And now he has got this idea in. So maybe knight takes a3 doesn't work because the bishop's got to b3. Oh. But how dangerous is the a-pawn? I think this is going really well for Jabava, yeah? Jabava, bishop takes c4. He's got great winning chances. We've got opposite colored bishops. Should still be a draw. Opposite colored bishops. The only way White can try to win this is by playing d6, but Black is just going to put his bishop here. It's a draw. It's a draw. You just move the bishop backwards and forwards forever. There's no way White can make progress here. Is a draw going to be enough for them to qualify? Let's have a look. Will they both qualify? Well, at the moment, it looks to me that draw, it certainly hasn't helped Big Fish because he was on half a point less. And Jabava is just about in qualification, but how many games are still going on? There's still some games going on down here. So I think it might be enough to qualify 8.5, but God, that was a bit tense, wasn't it? Okay, well, this is one of the games. No, they're both on 7. It's a weird position, isn't it? This one. Probably a draw, but, very strange position. What is this ending? I've never seen an ending like this before. Probably a draw, yeah? But, okay, they're going backwards and forwards. I think they can offer a draw. Well, this is certainly a draw, yeah? I mean, this is like table tennis chess. Oh, come on, offer a draw. And now the queen just has to keep... Angry Twin is trying to win, is he? I guess so. This is just a weird position. What is happening here? What is happening here? Okay, come on, agree a draw. Yeah, they obviously listened to me there, and they agreed to draw. Well, the thing is, if you ever put your king on h1, I can put my queen on f3. Okay, we have the results. Did Jabava qualify? He did in 8th place. 8.5 was the qualifying mark. Now, please remember, do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere, because it's the knockout stages next. And the way the knockout works, we'll explain very shortly, but there's quarterfinals, semifinals, and then a final with the top 8 players here. So we're going to see more Nordi. We're going to see more Svidler, Liam Lequang, and the best name in the pack, the Exotic Princess, to put fear into your opponent's hearts with that deadly name. What would I call myself? I'll call myself the Exotic Princess. That'll scare them. Yeah. So stay here. We're going to take a short break just for 5 minutes, and then we're going to get the players back into the knockout stages, and it's going to be very exciting. So we'll see you all then. And I would like to mention there's going to be some slideshows with more information about some great apps and stuff you can check out if you want to improve your chess. So back again soon. See you shortly. Welcome back, and we are back with what is going to be a fascinating and exciting knockout stage. So we have the quarterfinals. We'll come to that soon, but let's just have a quick look at what exciting events we've got lined up, or Chess.com have lined up in the future. So make sure you put these in your diary for your utmost chess viewing and fun. First of all, the Junior Speed Chess Championships. And let's remember, the winner of this will qualify for the grand final along with the top 4 players at the end of all these Title Tuesday events. That is September the 9th to October the 8th, or September the 9th and October the 8th. So put that in your diary. That's going to be great, seeing up and coming talents. Then we have the Pro Chess League finals over the weekend, September 25th to the 27th. So that is going to be awesome, and that's a great event that's building and building every year. And something also I'm very interested in is the Deep Mind show with the legendary Danny Wrench and someone else as well. The legendary Danny Wrench, and who's that next to him? Not sure who that is. Maybe some of you guys recognize him, but I certainly recognize Danny there. And Deep Mind is the strongest sort of chess program playing thing around, and being developed by a team of geniuses. And that's going to be really interesting. This Friday at 12 p.m. Obviously, that is Kramnik. We know that. He's amazing. So it's really, really some great things going on. And now, just to explain as much as I can how this is going to work, they're going to start playing in about 4 minutes. And we can see the quarterfinals there. Jabava is playing against Naughty Nordy, the guy who keeps on crushing. And well done to Jake, by the way, in the Chess.com chat for pointing that out. You win the prize, whatever the prize is. I don't know, who are we going to bet on with these? I mean, there's some very interesting ones going on, and I'm actually just going to make sure I've got them all covered. So bear with me while I just make sure I'm following all the players. In the next one, we have Tan Min Lee versus Korobov, and that's another one. Tan Min Lee is an exceptional, and I'm just putting their names in because I don't want to miss the action, exceptional blitz player. I think his handle is follow wonderful. Yeah, wonderful time. Great. Unable to follow. Let's try again. And then we have Peter Svidler. And Peter is going for the Jedi Master look, which I like a lot. You know, he's going for that Jedi Master hood up look. I've never seen that look before. I think that might clearly bring him some more ELO points. Interesting look, and I like it. I like it a lot. And the last one is Kirill. Oh, it's Kirill Alexenko, who did extremely well for Russia in the recent 2020 online chess Olympiad. He was the star, I think I'm right in saying, of the Russian team. He did really well. And he's playing against Liam Lequan. So I don't know. Who do you guys think is going to go through? The quarterfinals is only one game. One game. I guess the higher seed gets white. Don't quote me on that. And if it is a draw, it goes straight through to a tie-break, I believe, Armageddon game. So it's going to be quick and fast, the quarterfinals. All the games are going to be bang, 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 bang. And then we're going to go through to the semi-finals. So who is your money on? I have to say, my money was on Svidler with the hoodie look. If there was a bookies running this one, I'd have a cheeky £5 on him. Not that I encourage gambling at all. Very horrible sidetrack. But I like the hoodie look. That means business to me. That means business. We want to see the business. So these are just my predictions. You can have a little one. I know Nordibek is a dangerous and brilliant player. One of the youngest grandmasters, if not the youngest grandmaster ever. But it's Jabava. And Jabava is just Jabava. I love the way he plays. He's an exciting brilliant player. So I'm going to go on Jabava, but again, any results possible. And then I will have to go on Korobov, being the Grandmaster. But he is playing this blitz specialist in wonderful time. And then very close, Alexenko versus Liam Lequan. Really hard to call that one. Both amazing blitz players. And let's remember, it's kind of random. It is kind of like a lottery because it's just one game of chess. You know, the thing about chess, which I always find really interesting and makes it such a tense and exciting game, it's unlike anything else. I mean, you do one small error at this level and you're probably going to be knocked out for good. I mean, you could say there's other sports this is true in as well, but even in like golf, you know, you play one bad shot, you can get back into it. You play another good shot. Snooker, you play one bad shot, there's another frame, you can do another shot. Or maybe your opponent will mess up as well. There's lots of mistakes in snooker. I love a bit of snooker, by the way. Maybe diving. If you do a little bit of a bad twist in diving, it doesn't work. But generally, chess is a really unforgiving game. You know, you can't, in chess, if you make a mistake, you're out. You're out of there. So it's maybe going to be the last person who makes a mistake that is going to be out. Let me make sure I got that the right way around. Who knows? Well, the game's going to start. I think it's starting very soon. Okay, I'm hopefully I haven't missed them. That'd be a bit annoying if you just listen to me talking and none of the games have started. I'm sure you don't want that to happen. Thank you for pointing out that in diving, if you miss the actual pool, you are out as well. I like that one. He Hun ever showers. That is a very good point. Thank you. Thank you. So I think the games are about to start. We are hopefully going to start. I think we'll start with Peter's game as soon as it starts. So we'll have a look at Peter's one and we'll dive about as much as I can with the time. Obviously, it's quick and it's fast. Might not be able to keep up, but they will be starting very, very soon. Very soon. So I'm still waiting to hear who you think is going to win the whole thing. Who is going to win the whole thing? There is a slight delay because I think one of the players has decided to go diving instead, we're hearing. He's actually heard that diving is more unforgiving than chess. So he's gone down to his local diving pool and he's getting ready to dive instead of playing chess. So, okay, well, maybe he's going to change his mind and come back to the chess again. We will wait and see. We'll wait and see. We're having some votes here. Someone is saying Nord. I'm going to go for Nord for short. One of the youngest grandmasters ever. Clear talent. And he did win the whole thing. Obviously, anyone's got a chance. We've got a shouter for Ming. It's going to be very close. And we're getting a little bit of information here that one of the players has actually, he hasn't gone for diving, but he's not present at the moment. So if that is the case, we are going to bring in the number 9th player from Russia. And let me just very quickly look who that is. And that is Saruana, Alexei. And Alexei, very talented youngster. He could be taking the place of one of the players, but I'll keep you updated on that. We're going to give it now another minute. We don't want to miss any of the chess. Yes, that is the player. I just said Saruana. Saruana might be jumping in at the last minute. So we're just hearing one of the players is not around. So we might see that, but we'll let you know as soon as the game starts. It should be pretty clear. Just one game. Right. Also, I mean, it's not just who do you think is going to win. Who do you actually want to win? I suppose they always say a commentator should be impartial. So I probably shouldn't say anything. But, I mean, you know. Apparently there's a rumor going around that actually, no, Saruana is not coming in. It's actually going to be Hikaru Nakamura. And he's going to play 1 minute blindfolded instead. No, that's not true. Don't listen to anything I say. It seems like it might be Saruana. It might be possible. We're going to see. But the game's due to start very soon, so we'll have to wait and see until they get cracking who's actually going to be in. Impressive score, 9 out of 10. We're still waiting for a 10 out of 10 to come in. Okay, it's going, the game's, okay, so we're now getting information. We are ready to start. Quarterfinal, 1 game. Winner goes through to the semi-final. Semi-final is 2 games, and the final is 2 games as well. And we'll try and have an interview as well with the winner if the winner is there. So we're just waiting to see if the 9th player is going to, in the list of players, and the 9th player is Sarawana of Russia, but we're not sure. Okay, now the games are starting and we are in. Okay, great. Now the first game to start is Nordi versus Jabava. And this one, Nordi finishing first has the advantage of the white pieces, and that is certainly an advantage. So we'll stick with this game for the time being until the other games start. Now, it does like to see that the top 8 players were all playing. So if it's a draw, it goes to an Armageddon game. It's only 1 game at this moment in time. The other games have started. We'll quickly dive in there so you can see the players. The next board, plenty of moves here. And I have to say, the underdog slightly is the player from Vietnam who's up against Korobov, being an IM, but he's a blitz specialist. And this is a solid opening position. How's Peter Svidler getting on? Peter Svidler is playing the other only IM. I say only IM, but he's done extremely well. Victor Gazik. And Peter, it seems to me, has a slight advantage here. He's got the 2 bishops and he's got a little bit more space. He's got this nice pawn on d5, but it's a very solid position for black as well. Black has no weaknesses. And Liam Lequang, this one, Kirill Alexenko versus Liam Lequang. This is going to be very tight. The queens have come off already. So it's a solid positional maneuvering game, this one. Not much action, symmetrical pawn structure. So this looks fairly even. Now, which game are we going to concentrate on? Which is the most exciting? Let's go through them again. So this one we'll come to last. It looks fairly solid. Svidler has a slight advantage with this beautiful bishop. This is a lovely piece. So it's looking slightly better for white, but only slightly better. Here, this is starting to heat up because look what black's done. Korobov's put his pieces in quite interesting squares, and white is coming for the attack. This could certainly be a target. So actually, I do like the way that white's playing this position. Playing it very aggressively. Maybe the knight is going to come around to g5 and we're going to go for h7. So for example, knight to e4 is coming. And this is a very dangerous plan. Knight here, bishop takes bishop, and then queen takes h7, checkmate. Checkmate is a scary prospect, so black has had to stop a white knight from getting to that square by playing f6 here. The only move to control that square. But I do prefer white's position. White taking on g7, and there could be some way the e-file could open up with the rook on e1. So does white have a good move here to open up the e-file? If this knight can find a good square to go to, you're threatening the knight, but I'm not sure where it can go. Okay, he's gone for a tactic. Wow, beautiful stuff. He wants to play rook e6 and knight g5. This is brilliant play from white in this position. He's really taking the game to the grandmaster. Very, very nice play. And this has the point. Okay, now Korobov's got a big decision because if he goes rook takes f6, yes, white's a piece down. But his idea is rook takes e6. And if you take that one, knight to this square, and you're threatening this and this. Maybe there was another strong move. This one might not be working actually for some reason. Was there another? That's my initial thought here. Is there another way you can play this one? Well, let's have a look what happens in the game. That's my initial thought how this tactic's going to work. But we have lots of moves. And no, just queen takes d8, of course. Knight there was interesting, but this is a much simpler way to play. You keep the extra pawn. And now white is going for multiple exchanges, and he's a pawn up in the ending. So this is great winning chances. They say the easiest endings to win when you're a pawn up is when there's just kings on the board, no pieces. And then the second easiest to win is when there's knights on the board. So this should certainly be a win, but black's king is quite active here. Let's have a look at Jabava's game. And this is against Nordi. So Nordi with the white pieces here. And white must be a little bit better because these pawns here are weak. These pieces here are weak, yeah? Pawns, I mean. They're not pieces. They're funny looking pieces, the pieces on e6 and d4. And white has pressure against these ones. The bishop is also good. Black will probably have to swap this one off at some moment. And it's just that black has a lot of weak pawns. So Nordi is doing well at the moment. Now over to Svidler. Svidler, it seems, is quite up on time. But if we look at the position here, this looks dead. Well, it looks like it's going to be a draw. Victor has done a very good job of taking away any small advantage that Peter had. And I say it looks like a draw. You've got opposite colored bishops. And I don't think there's any way either side can win. You'll have to go something like a5 in order to win this one. But then we should be able to take on pass on. King d6, if we go back to that moment, was actually threatening this move a5. So if white here, if I just played like king f3, then a5 would give black some winning chances. The point being, white always needs to meet this move with on pass on, which you can't do now because you lose your bishop. So if we go back to the game, Peter realizes that after the king comes here, he has to go bishop e8. And black is playing for a win, though. Black has now played f5. It should be a draw, but let's have a look. We do have a result, and it is, by the way, brilliant result. Korobov is out. That is the first win. Tung Ming Li is through to the semi-final. That's the first result. Back to Svidler's game. It looks like a draw, so we might move on. Okay, they're not really doing anything here. Black is sort of still pressurizing. Black is giving Peter a little bit of a hard time. And the other two games, well, there's a draw here. So the game between Alexenko and Liam Lequang is going to go to a playoff game, Armageddon. And how is Jabava getting on? Nordi white is 2 pawns up. So it's looking very tough for Badar Jabava. So it's looking very, very tough for black here, simply as white has the extra pawns. And he's just covering his back rank now. The F pawn comes on, and this should be winning for Nordi. You just need to coordinate your pieces. Maybe there's some chances of black because black has a rook on the 7th rank, which is a very active rook. Now, just looking at any other results. Now, it does look like Svidler is still playing on, so we might go back to this. Now, can black hold this one? There's some chances you can hold, but maybe not if your rook gets behind the pawn. The best place to put your rook is behind your passed pawn in these positions, but it looks like it's probably going to be a draw because this one is forcing the exchange of pieces. And as the black king is in front of the one remaining pawn, it's an easy draw. You can just swap off and put your king anywhere you want. This will be a draw. So this is going to go to Armageddon as well. Back to Svidler's game. And wow, I have to say, Svidler, somehow the pawn's got to this square. So Svidler is got some work to do. In order to draw this one. Can he hold? I mean, black is a pawn up, and he's this pawn up on f2. I think that Svidler just has to move the rook backwards and forwards and try to, keep a fortress in the position. Look at the times. Victor is playing very well at the moment to get anything out of this position. The one thing that black is trying to do is trying to get this move a5 to work. as we mentioned earlier, but he can't do it. Okay, so now rook f1. I think it's still a draw. Remember, opposite colored bishops, don't pay too much attention to the computer. It's probably still a draw, but it's some work for Svidler to do, especially with so little time. You can see him concentrating on the camera there. And if it is a draw, of course, it goes to an Armageddon game. 85 moves at this time limit so far. How can Black even try to win this? Maybe Black has to try to get the king to e2. So if somehow you can get your king to e2, you break the blockade on f1. So I think the Armageddon games are going to be one at a time, so we don't lose any of the action. The first Armageddon game is going to be the person who won. Oh, no. Svidler timed out. Oh, poor old Peter. Oh, you can see it in the camera there. He timed out. Oh, no. Peter is out. That's really disappointing. He's going to be very upset with that one, yeah? And I think even at the end there, this is amazing. He's going to be really upset because in this position, okay, well, for a start, Victor could have won on the spot with rook e4, which would have forked the king and the bishop. But instead, he played rook to c7, and Peter Svidler just lost on time. So very upsetting for Peter. But this international master from Slovakia is having a great tournament. 2 of the IMs are through. The international masters are through to the semi-final. So very exciting. Now we have the 2 playoff games. And the first playoff game is between Nordi and Jabava. Now, this one is 1 minute each. In the case of a draw, it's only a 1 minute game. I'm not moving any of the pieces here. In case of a draw, I think Black goes through, but I just wait for confirmation here. A 1 minute game. Wow. Who's the best bullet player? I've always thought bullet chess is like who's got the quicker wrist, you know? Who can move the mouse the quicker? Okay, now we're getting confirmation that actually for this, they keep playing bullet chess until one side wins in the tie breaks. So they have to keep playing. So if they have 100 draws in a row, it could be a very long night. A very long night. But it looks actually so far very good for Jabava. I say Jabava, he's got his rook into the position. And the thing when you've got rook endings, or an ending with rooks, whoever has the more active rook has the better chances. But now White has managed to swap one of those rooks off. And you've got to be careful that now the White rook doesn't get too active, which is going to do. So in actual fact, White has activated his rook the most. And he's got 2 connected pass pawns, which are coming straight down the board here. I don't know if you can stop Harry the H-pawn here. I don't know if you can stop the H-pawn. And it's still so complex here. Okay, because this pawn, it could be like before, is going to force some exchanges. Can White win this one? I'm not sure he can because you'll lose. Okay. Oh, it's very close. Black has excellent drawing chances. It should now be a technical draw, and it is now a draw. So we're going to have another Armageddon game. I think they can agree a draw here. Hopefully they will. There's no point. Please don't play on this position. Oh, are they getting time per move? Maybe they're not. Oh, so he's going to flag him. He's a flagger. He's a flagger. Who's a dirty, dirty flagger? Who's a dirty, dirty? But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all on the clock. I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, I didn't realize there was no time added on. My fault. And at the end of the day, if you don't play quick enough, you're going to get flagged. I thought that was a draw. Badar is going to need to have a bit of a wash after that. Wash off all that filth. Ugh, dirty flagging. But it's part of the game. It is part of the game. Come on. I mean, you got to flag. If you can flag, you can flag. If you can flag, you're going to flag. So Jabava is through. And now we got another one. This is just too quick. Straight into the ending on this one. Kirill Aleksenkov, I think, just had this position in his longer play game. You got a feel for Nordy there. Nordy won the main open, and he gets knocked out by Jabava straight away. He gets knocked out straight away. Jabava was so quick. Apparently, Jabava practices for the bullet competitions by doing wrist movements, flexing his wrist. So if you want to be a bullet champion, make sure you do your wrist flexing as well, because that's what won him that game. All in the wrist. Yes, okay, let's not go there. And next game, this looks fairly even, except White does have a slightly better king. Okay, well, he kind of left that pawn on pre. Could have taken that one, but of course, this is even position. This is an even position, but as we saw in the last game, the clock is so important. It's so important, and we will, after this game, know who's going to go through after this. Well, maybe not game if it's a draw. The semi-finals. We're going to go to the semi-finals next, and you'll see who's in there. It still looks very even to me at this moment in time. The White king slightly more active, and White has better time. And the time is so important here. This knight, though, I thought it could come to that square, but it hasn't got there. Must be an even position. But look at the time. Are we going to have more dirty flagging? Get that wrist movement. It's black has won 2 pawns. But does it matter? Does it matter? Look at the wrist. Look at the time. He's going for the win. Liam Lekwang is going for the win. He's got a 3-second advantage. And look at that pawn. I think this is going to be Liam Lekwang's game. Is he going to win this? 2 seconds left. Oh, geez. He's going to do it on time. Well done. Liam Lekwang goes through. And I think, actually, very deservedly goes through, because in the main open, he did very well. It was a very close game. And you can see how Kirill, very upset there, understandably. 2 of the Russian players, Svidler and Kirill, have got knocked out. So we're now going to take a short break, and we're going to be through now to the semi-finals. So there's only the semis and the finals to go. 4 players, and then 2. They're getting knocked out little by little. Be back again shortly. Don't go anywhere until you know who the champion of today's Title Tuesday is. Well, we're now through to the semis, so it's going to soon be decided who is going to be the champion of today's Title Tuesday, and importantly, who's going to pick up the points for the end of season finale. You can see the players who are playing, and it's very exciting. And we have two international masters who have made it. Could we have the first ever international master final? Could that happen? Well, it could do if the results go the way of the international masters. Now, generally, of course, grandmasters are supposed to be stronger than international masters, but you know, these guys obviously clearly very talented, and it's yeah, great to see them up there fighting for it. Now I will have to still, after saying that, say that the way Jabava played and held that first game, and you can see him on the camera there. Look at that smile. He's enjoying himself. It's always good to see someone enjoying themselves up there. You can see that he's looking very happy, and we're in with the first game. Now the semi-finals, we go back to the time limits of 3 minutes plus 1 second to move. Now, White playing the Jabava, the London system, but it's transferring into a normal Queen's Gambit. And it's 2 games. This is the difference. It is 2 games. If it's a draw after the 2 games, it's decided like we saw with that chaotic bullet segment. But at the moment, it's 2 games. So a win in the first game, obviously important, especially if Black can win the first game, because then they can try to go towards a draw. But I must say, I'm kind of preferring White's position now. You have this rook lined up, and can you play knight to b5? This is the question. If knight to b5 works, both the players on the cameras now, and maybe it does. White has played this move, but there is a bishop to b4 check. And now king to d1, and Black can castle, at least. You know, if you get your king castled here, you're doing okay. The other idea is queen takes bishop and knight d6 check. I mean, both fantastic players. And I should mention, you know, the very talented player from Vietnam who's playing with White. He's played so many, nearly all the Title Tuesdays. He's a real dangerous and good player. And he should be a grandmaster, that's clear. Especially when someone like me can be a grandmaster. You know, clear he should be a grandmaster. He's clearly good enough. I wonder what music he's listening to in his headphones. It'd be interesting to know what kind of music gets you into the mood to play. But so far in this game, it does seem fairly even. The only thing we should note, it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops. Now, a lot of people go on that, you know, mention that the 2 bishops are always stronger than the 2 knights, but that's not always true. That's not always true. Sometimes the knights can work very well. And in this case, Black is moving those knights towards the White king. So there is a little bit of danger without a pawn on g2 that the White king could end up being attacked, especially now that the h pawn is joining in. I expect that the White king is okay, but practically speaking, and when I mean practically, it might say the computer even here that White's a little bit better, but practically speaking, you always want to be the side attacking. And it seems to me like Black has a little bit better attacking chances. Of course, White can get the rook to the g file, but you have to be very careful in doing that. For example, h4, I guess the bishop has the d6 square. We will find out soon. This square looks kind of safe. And if White does get the rook here, maybe it is White who's actually attacking in this structure. Black cannot get a rook himself over to the g file or anywhere. I mean, you can bring the queen in. Okay, he's going to try to get rid of this bishop first of all. So maybe rook to e6, chase that bishop away first, and ideally this rook could even have possibilities to swing over. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just fairly even. It's a fairly even position, but you've got to look at the clock. And we saw how Jabava won on time in the 1 minute section. We know how fast he is. And even though they get 1 second increments, you've got to, oh, look at this. It's starting to get exciting. The knight jumps in, forcing the bishop back. And now Jabava is going a little bit on the offensive. He can now go knight to h3. And if white has to exchange his bishop off, he loses a key defender of his king. Oh, how do you defend this one? This is looking really dangerous. And again, it's that king. The king, I think this is black is really in control here. If the queen can come into this square, it's curtains. And if you play bishop to e2, well, there's knight to f4 again as one good move. So for example, bishop e2, this is one idea, knight to f4, which is going to be strong. You also have an even stronger move. Checkmate is normally stronger than, like, you know, most things, and that will lead to checkmate. So I think Jabava is going to take this one, and this has happened. Queen to b1. He has won with the black pieces, and that means he has white in the next game. He only needs a draw. Can Lee bounce back? Can he bounce back and win with black? It's going to be very, very tough. Jabava really stepping up to the mark now in the semi-final. He qualified in 8th place. We saw that kind of by the skin of his teeth. And now he's one of the favorites to win today's Title Tuesday. So it's going to be exciting. But Jabava just has to draw minimum in the next game. Remember, semi-finals, 2 games. And we're straight into the next game. Jabava has the advantage of the white pieces. And is Lee going to be able to jump back into action? I mean, if I was white here, I consider he has just taken on d5. This has a very drawish reputation because it's a very symmetrical pawn structure. When it's symmetrical pawn structure, you're more likely to get a draw. And do remember, a draw is good for white because he only needs a draw to go through to the final. Many exchanges occurring, but black cannot accept a draw. And I think white's strategy is just to keep it very solid. I mean, you can if you want to try to win, you can try bringing your knight to, like, into these weak squares as white. This is one thing you can try to do, but keeping it solid as well is also, there's nothing wrong with white strategy. Just don't weaken your position. Keep it very solid. And how is black going to complicate? He's so quick. He's kind of like gone up a gear. You know, you have like gears on a, you know, motorbike or car. Jabava's gone into 5th gear now. He's turned up the tempo with the clock. He's only spent 5 seconds, and I think he may be streaming as well, Jabava. So either that or he's just talking to himself, which a lot of grandmasters tend to do in times of worry. That's what I'm doing now, basically talking to myself. Hi. So still fairly even, and now white is trying to, I think, get his knight to c5. In these kind of positions where there's lots of maneuvering, you have to just look for the weak squares in your opponent's position. And this is a weak square in black's position because there's no way black can attack that square. So white is preparing to get a piece into that weak square. But he's also very happy just to exchange everything off, because the more pieces you exchange in a symmetrical position, the closer to a draw you will likely get. And with queen c3, he can just try to come here, and it looks like this should be a draw, unless something horrible happens to Jabava's position. I mean, I don't see how black can even think about winning this position. How can he think about winning this position? Well, okay, the queens are now coming off. Okay, he's got to keep the queens on if he wants to do it. And now something like b3 to stop the knight coming in. Okay, instead, he's stopping the knight moving by threatening to win the pawn here. And you can just see he's moving so confidently and quickly. And the other idea of this move is, again, this square becomes vacant for the knight. And the knight can now come into this square. And if anyone's worse, it's certainly black. These 2 pawns looking very weak. White is going to try to aim for the base of the pawn structure. When you're looking at pawns to attack, you try to look at the base of the pawn structure, and that is the base there. So you can aim to attack the base, and then the pawns might drop. Black starting a little counter attack against b2. So White has two ways of playing this. He can take both of these pawns, or he can play b3 and try to keep both his pawns. He's playing it the most simplest way. He's just taken this one and he's going to take that one, when if anything, he will have the passed pawn. Black's got to play something. He's trying to complicate matters. In the first game, Jabava won, so he only needs to draw in this game. He only needs to draw, but at the moment he has a very nice position and time advantage. After this move e5, he's kicking the knight away, and this is looking really good for White now. Both of the pawns on b5 and on e5 are exceptionally weak here. Of course, this is winning for White, and it looks to me on the video, you can tell if they're nervous, and it just looks to me that Jabava is very cool. You can see from his body language, he's sitting up, he's concentrating, he's very, very cool and collected here. So, and also Lee, you know, you can also tell head in the hands. No, you can tell that he's probably knows he's going to be knocked out. He's done brilliantly to get this far, but I don't think he can go any further with 20 seconds as well. We might have a mouse slip. We might have a mouse slip. I doubt it. Okay, so he's trying to sack a piece here. It shouldn't work, but why not try? You got to try something. Maybe even some cheeky move like queen to b7, threatening some cheapo. We all love a cheapo. What was Jabava doing there? Was he grabbing something to eat? Okay, he's just taking the pawns. Simple. And this is all over now. It's got to be all over. Got to be all over. I don't see how either of these pawns are going to create any problems. Again, you can only hope for a blunder or mouse slip here with 20 seconds on the clock. So Jabava is through to the final, I think it's safe to say. And we're going to have to look if Liam Lecoq or Victor can go through in the other semi-final. Anyway, we have to say, I mean, brilliant play by Lee to get this far in the competition. He's done so well. So well. And he still wins a bit of money. I think it's how many dollars? It's like at least a couple of $100 that Min Lee wins. And he's just going for the draw. And the draw is fair enough. So Jabava is through to the final. And he's now playing for first place in the final. And you can see that Min Lee is okay. You can see he's still smiling. I like that. I like that. You know, you lose and you still got a little smile on the thing. And they are even in the chat. You can see in the chat under the game that they're even messaging each other, and they're saying very nice messages. So I do want to, you know, you've got to say great sportsmanship from both players there. Because when you lose, you don't want to lose and get knocked out, do you? But he's still showing great sportsmanship. I love to see that. Yes, as Max has pointed out, you don't mess with a princess. Jabava's handle is, what's it, princess? What was it? Exotic princess, I think it is. Don't mess with the exotic Jabava princess. And the next semi-final will start very soon. We're going to have, I'm just hearing again, it's the same format, 2 games. Victor is of the white pieces, and he's playing Liam Lecoq, who is an ex-world champion, Blitz world champion. And in the first game, Liam is got the black pieces. Okay, so that game will start extremely soon now. Anyway, well done. We have 1 finalist. I don't know how this one's going to go. Again, I don't know Victor very well. I say he's only an IM. He's not a grandmaster, but he's an incredibly talented player to get this far. Can he hold off the champion? Is he actually going back? Is he going a little bit old school there, black and white camera? I don't think I've ever seen that. Is that a black and white camera he's going for? I've never seen, or is it just really bad lighting? I mean, it's quite funny to see the black and white camera of the webcam. I like it. It's a little bit, you know, a little bit retro. He's going for the retro camera look. Like it. I like it. That is style. Or either that, or it is just a real terrible camera and horrible lighting. But they're off. And we have now got a Caro-Kann. When you have the white pieces in this, you really need to push for the win as much as you can. And we have a standard Karakhan. The idea that black's trying to do in this position is often to attack the pawn structure, because white has this nice pawn structure, and white playing a very aggressive idea, taking with the f-pawn. And his idea is clearly to try and start an attack against f7 in a number of positions. But black is a pawn up, and white has to prove the compensation for the pawn. He has to try to get his compensation going. So white's idea, very aggressive play. And I like the way that Victor's playing this. He's basically saying, okay, look, I've got the white pieces. I'm maybe the underdog. I've got to go for the win. I've got to play risky chess. And he's playing this quite anti-positionally. And he's basically going for a hack attack. He's literally trying to hack black off the board. Will he play b4? b4 would be the real hacker's move. Just trying to open up the king at all costs. And when you have opposite side castling, so people castling on opposite sides of the board, it's all about who gets the attack first. So I would certainly be thinking about b4 just to try to get my rook in the game. Something like, okay, so he's preparing this move b4, and he's going to want to play that move to open it up. I still prefer white's chances, because even if black takes here, you've only got your rook attacking. And it looks like black's king has more weaknesses because black's played the pawn to a5. And what I mean by that, the pawn on a5 just feels a bit odd. It gives white a hook. Remember, we talked about hooks earlier. And what I mean by hooks, white has this move b4 at some point to try and open it up. Black may try to play a4 to meet that, to keep it closed. But I do like the way Victor's played this. It's really clever play. And this idea of playing f takes is a very brave move. So good style from Victor. Okay, so Liam is trying to create play over here, but now he has the problem of f7. And he's, okay, tactics, very interesting idea. And will he now play bishop d6 and aim like this? No, he's just going for f6 to win the piece back in a sensible way. This is a very good plan that Liam has played. Because if he sat there passively, white is just going to build up the attack. So he has to play in an aggressive manner. And he's done this. He's played in a very aggressive manner, and he's going for it. This is what you've got to do. Play as aggressively as you can when you have little time on the clock. What is white now going to do to meet this? I kind of think that this b4 move earlier should have been played, for better or worse. I mean, you've got to think, where'd you put the queen? And the most natural square to put it would be, I would have thought, e1, because now you've got this big threat of bishop takes a5. So this move, which hasn't been played yet, would be my first thought, because if pawn takes knight, you go bishop takes here. I suppose black can now play queen d6, and it's just a mess. Let's get back to the game. He has indeed gone for this variation, and queen to d6 has been played. And now g3 to stop that queen coming into h2. Just very unclear position. Exciting position here. Time situation, Victor is half a minute down. That does make quite a big difference in positions like this. And we saw how difficult it is when you lose with white. So if Victor loses this game with white, it's going to be very hard to win with black against someone as good as Liam. So, but a big thing here. Okay, b6 played. Such a complex, messy position, this one, though. The pawn structure is ragged. Pawns all over the place. And white now has to think, does he put the bishop on d2 or b4? He should move quicker, though. He's got to pick up the pace now. He's under 1 minute. Keep an eye on the time. He's under 1 minute. Okay, bishop b4. You've got to move quick. Quick. And the rooks come in. I still like white's position. It seems like, again, I'm just looking at the kings. This king may be in more danger. You can't really take here, because after a takes, the rook will come in. So, for example, this kind of idea would look really good for white, because that rook is about to come in. So you can't do that. So he's gone bishop c5. Much better developing move. Good move. They're both getting, well, okay, black has the time advantage. at this moment in time. Rook takes g7, grabbing a pawn, and now can black play in the center? e5, e4. Using that pawn to come through the middle. 38 seconds left. I would certainly be thinking about this move at the moment. Is there any reason why you shouldn't play that? I don't know. I don't know if there's a rook takes d7. Okay, he's kept it simple and gone for an exchange of rooks, which I'm not sure about. The rooks have come off. And the one danger that white has is this pawn coming through. If the e pawn can get to e4, you can imagine how many problems. And look at the time. Well, this is the other problem. I think it looks Liam must be favorite now with a time situation. And here comes the pawn. Victor fighting back, and he's trying to start a counterattack, but these pawns are so strong in the center of the board here. So strong. Oh, very tense. 10 seconds. Looking tough for white here. Looking very tough. But he's fighting. He's fighting hard. Wow. Oof. Oof. Has white found a way in? Oh, no. He didn't have enough time to calculate it. And I think, again, well, black can probably move the king around this way. This is what he's trying to do, or somewhere. Can he do that? I'm not sure. White needs to try and get perpetual check. This is still so unclear. Can white get a... Okay, he's taken this one. Black must be doing well with the passed e-pawn and a queen ending. Whoever has the most dangerous pawn is doing well. But you've got to stop any perpetual checks. 6 seconds. He's going to now try improving the position of his queen. But white still has great drawing chances here. It's a great fight by Victor. Can he get a perpetual? I think the king is going to come around somehow to this square. Can you come around this way? You can't be going for a draw. Okay, he's going to play for the win. He's playing for the win. Oh, wow. It's amazing, huh? I don't know what's happening. This is so scary. The one thing is this D pawn is so strong. Whoever has the passed pawn. But look how quickly they're both moving. Push the pawn. Oh. And Victor has suddenly increased in speed, yeah? His speed has suddenly gone through the roof. But Liam Lequang is still trying to win. He's still trying to win this position. And now he's going to get out of the checks. Black is still slight favorite. I think this pawn is much more dangerous than white's pawns. He should be getting out the checks anyway. Put the king on b4. Okay, now the pawn is coming. I think white is in a lot of trouble. Well, white is in a lot of trouble, I don't think. 1 second left, though, for Liam. 1 second. 2 seconds. Oh, so close. So close. That must be the end of the game. The pawn is going to queen, and he's lost on time. Oh, dear. Oh, very, very good play by Liam. And now that means that it's the same position as the other one, that he now only needs to draw with white. Can Victor come back? We saw Liam Lequang play this opening earlier, and he knew it very well. Who did he beat earlier? I think he beat Jabbar. No, he beat someone very strong. Korobov, I think, was it? And the thing that I'm very impressed with, again, you can tell by the camera just how cool they are. And Liam is such a he doesn't really show any emotion yet. I mean, he must be nervous inside. I mean, Victor is also very concentrated, but Liam just so focused on that webcam. Maybe he who has the better webcam wins. I like the retro webcam. I might get one of those webcams. I'm sure you'll all prefer to see me in black and white. Take the color away. You don't want to see the ginger beard. Wouldn't it be better as a grey beard, dark grey, something like that? Well, one thing that black has managed to do in this game is keep all the pieces on the board, which is a good start. So if you need to win, you keep pieces on the board. But I must say, white's keeping this under control. This is a very nice wedge of pawns here. And if anyone's better, it should be white here. Look at that bishop on a6. It's a really, really bad piece, the bishop on a6. Black trying to move his pieces into the king side now. His best chance, getting that knight around into this position. So knight to d4. Given a chance, white will take that knight off the board. So can black? Black can't really play this now because the pawn on c6 drops. So this is a very, very clever move. So he's pushed forwards, and now the knight comes another way. And actually, a knight on a5 will be quite good because you're attacking the base of the pawn structure, as we talked about before, and that is the base of the pawn structure. And you can see that white is now piling the pressure on to that pawn on c6. So white is doing very well here, and black doesn't have good enough pieces. So Liam, you can see why he's been Blitz World Champion before. Very passive position now for black, being pushed into the corner. It's looking like the final, and it's going to be a great final. It's going to be Liam Lequon versus Chabava. That's going to be a fantastic final. Fantastic final we're going to see there. I mean, it's kind of like black's putting his pieces all back on the start squares. Maybe he's still got a chance. It is blitz chess after all. It can still jump into life, but I'm not sure how. Maybe you have to try like f5. If you're black here, just play f5. Try to liberate your pieces. Get your pieces into the game by opening up your rook on the f file. You've got nothing to lose anyway. But it's looking bad. Domination of the d file at this moment in time. Domination. And if you take here, I probably take my queen. So black going backwards. Maybe he can get his knight into this square. He will at least have one good piece then. Probably white can he get a knight to e2 to stop that? This is a good move. This is a good move. So he's trying to get rid of that knight before it gets into the square. But he's put the knight in there. And actually now, you know, now black has some chances, mate. Can we say? Okay, very good move. You get rid of the one good piece that your opponent has, the knight on d4. The knight on d4 is your opponent's best piece, so you just get rid of it. Exchange off that knight. Knight to e2. And it's looking bad for black, isn't it? Okay, if we have a final, Liam Lequon versus Chabava, who's gonna win the final? Who's our money on? And the prize money, it's $1,000 to the winner, and also they get great points towards the end of season finale. Remember, all of these events, all these Tuesdays, are qualifying events for the finale. Joby, of course, Chabava is saying Liam is strong. They're both really strong. I mean, I would not like to bet on who the winner is going to be. Either of them could win it. They really could. They're both incredible blitz players. I don't know why white is taking his time here. Why is white taking his time? Has his connection gone? Is he actually thinking of moving his king? Why doesn't he just... Oh, no, okay. He's moved. Okay, so that was just... Oh, no, something else happened there. My mistake. So this is... Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened there? What has happened? What has happened? It looks so good for white. And all of a sudden, he's got this rook d6 in, this little tactical trick. And after here, this pawn. He's got this big pawn. I spoke too soon. Maybe there's some chances of black. Rook e6, e5. This is still game on. And now the pieces are coming to life. He's got rid of that pawn. Black's actually a pawn up. What happened there? This is blitz chess for you. 20 seconds. This could go to Armageddon. Black has an extra pawn now. Black has the extra pawn. Black could win this one. Is he looking? He's still looking so cool, Liam Lecoin. He's still looking so cool, but Black has a great chance here with the little time that is left on the clock. He's got the extra pawn, and that knight is now starting to only have one roll, but the time, it's all on the clock. He's playing so well, Victor, isn't he? In this competition. I mean, like, he's done so well to get to the semi-finals, and he's fighting again now in what looked like a lost position. He's suddenly getting into the position here. Maybe Queen D1 and Rook E1 is worth considering. But he's got 10 seconds left. Oh. He's coming. He's got to win. Remember, he's got to win. Is Rook E1 winning? It's so hard to calculate. He had 1 second left there. Rook E1. And he's going to get a checkmate now. I think he's going to win. This is unbelievable. What a comeback. First, he knocks out Svidler, and now he could be knocking out Liam Lecoin. The white king is going to have to come to F3. But can he finish it off? Oh, no! He lost on time. Oh, unbelievable. He lost on time. Oh, wow. That is unbelievable. He looks pretty cool about the loss there. He's actually smiling about the loss. I think at this stage, my computer would be thrown out the window. That is unbelievable. This must be winning for Black here, because the king is starting to come out. But he lost on time. Liam is through to the final. I mean, all credit to Victor, who played brilliantly. I think he was looking for the checkmate. I'm not sure where it is. You have to, this is the kind of position you want a lot of time. I think, oh, here it is. I've got the checkmate. You go here, here. Can you play this one? This is one thing you think about. And the point of this one is, if you go pawn takes, I now go check, you go here, and I go here, and you don't have a pawn on F2, so it's actually checkmate. But this is a really hard move to find with no time. And the other point with this one is that Rook here is now winning, but only because you have Rook takes H3 here. So this is a really hard find to win. Oh dear. There might have been other wins, but that was incredibly hard to win. Okay, now the final is coming up, and the final is going to be two of the big guns. Well done to everyone else who's played so well in this competition, but the final is going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be Liam Lecoin, ex-Blitz world champion, versus the legendary Badar Jabava, and we need to now take a break. So we'll be back with the final 2 games. See you very soon. Well, we're now on to the final that I think a lot of you were waiting for, and it's going to be brilliant final 2 games, maybe, unless it's drawn 1-1 after the 2 games. And we have two, I guess, the most famous players in the competition. We have ex-Blitz world champion Liam Lequan of Vietnam, who seems so cool. It's so hard to rattle him. You know, he's just ice, the Ice Man from Vietnam, and he's playing against the passionate Jabava of Georgia, who is a lot of people's favorite player for his exciting and crazy style. He comes up with loads of brilliant ideas. He's an amazing tactician. Both of them are, and I don't know who's going to win. I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. It's 2 games again, the same as the semi-finals. It's 3 minutes plus 1 second to move, and it goes to Armageddon if it's drawn. In the first game, we have Jabava with the white pieces. So what do you guys reckon? Who's going to win? Who is going to win? A Caro-Kann again. This is the main line Caro-Kann, which even Jabava plays a black sometimes as well. The idea is for black to play e6, but he's getting the bishop outside of the pawn structure. Good use of Harry the H-pawn there. This is all theory. This is the kind of thing you have to learn if you're going to play an opening. You need to know the moves. This has been seen hundreds, if not thousands of times before, this position, with black often deciding to castle kingside. And again, we have opposite side castling. And I suppose the one thing you need to do, you need to, with the white pieces, put your opponent under some pressure in the first game. And black still needs to get this king castled. So he's offering the exchange of queens while his king is stuck in the center of the board. And now white has to think whether it's worth taking that queen and doubling the pawns or doing something else. I don't think he'll want to take the queen off. But if you do take the queen, for example, you double the pawns, but black gets this really nice A file and pressure against d4. I don't see how white will control both of those ideas. So what's he played? He's played bishop c3 instead, guarding that pawn. And this bishop can become very good later on, but a little bit disappointing to see the queens come off in some ways. Getting a bit shorter time at the moment. Well, half a minute. It's not that short, I say. And now black probably has to decide, does he go king side or does he go queen side with his king? Where do you put your king? Where's the safest place? I expect castling queen side is the most logical move to play. Is there any problem with that one? He's thinking about it. If you do castle this way, then white might happily take here and just say, okay, I've got a decent bishop. So what's he deciding to do? The other problem with this one is maybe you leave f7 undefended, so white can come in here with a knight and attack f7. And if black decides to get rid of that knight, well, the black pieces are getting a little bit cramped because you have to move this knight again. So this is the thing they're thinking about. So instead, black has gone knight d5 first, that bishop proving to be so annoying, and white's just captured on c5. Black taking many pieces off, and now Jabava getting the knight there, which is a useful tempo, but the position looks fairly even. When I said castle kingside or queenside, he's actually going for the other option, and he's just going to put his king in the center of the board, I think. Put the king on e7. Because, of course, the king in an ending is very good and control the middle of the board. So this idea, interesting, that knight heading around to c4, attack the bishop on the way and try to come into the one weak square that black has. But in general, black's position very solid here. This is a very solid position for black. Time situation. Jabava really has picked up a gear at the moment. The king comes to the middle and that knight is heading around. It should be an equal position. It is an equal position. This bishop later on could become very good. So you can think about exchanging that off, which he has done. But now you have to play like king b2 to stop the rook coming into the game. Control those squares that the rook could come in with your king. And it still looks fairly even to me. The one problem that could come back to haunt black later on is these two pawns on the queen side. If white can somehow get a rook or a knight to attack them, they are very weak pawns. And white has double pawns, but they're a lot better because they're in a cluster. They can all sort of defend each other. So this is what white is now trying to do. He's going to try at some point to attack them, but black nicely centralized. Still an even game at the moment. But again, you've got to keep an eye on the clock. I know they get 1 second per move, but having a time advantage is a big advantage. Okay, this is crafty because now if you go f3, knight f2 is going to be winning for black because your rook is attacked, and if you move the rook, you lose your knight on d2. So he has to play rook e2, and now that knight is uncomfortable because it's in a pin. Black playing b5. Aha. And this is the idea, pressure against here. And okay, I got that wrong. It is white, actually, who's managed to coordinate his pieces. That was actually quite clever, transferring both the rooks to target a weakness. And now with the knight comes to d4, and black with 20 seconds left, this is looking really bad for black. He's going for a counterattack. Can this counterattack work? The king's coming to d2. I don't see it working. Jabava, you can see that little blink of the eye. I think he knows he's got this in the bag. He might be getting the first win. Knight takes f5, winning a pawn. 15 seconds left. And I mean, I would say that Liam Lequang looks terrified that he's going to lose a game. All that emotion shown on his face, but he's the Iceman. He is the Iceman. No emotion at all. And it's another pawn that's being won because if you take on b4, you lose control of e6. So white now 2 pawns up. He can only throw this away. This is the only way. He's not going to win this is by throwing this away. Massive time advantage. If Liam pulls this back, this will be phenomenal. He should be losing. He's got 1 pawn back, but still white has the extra pass pawn on this side of the board. When you have a majority of pawns, 2 versus 1, you want to try to create a pass pawn with your 2. And now rook takes knight, and knight d5, game over. That is game over. Jabava taking the first game. Look at that. Look at that relief on his face. He has won the first game, and you can see he is relieved. He's gone 1 up. No emotion at all from Liam Lequang. They're straight into game 2. Liam needs to bounce back with a win now. So white must win this game. This could be the last game of today in the Chess.com Title Tuesday. Last game of Title Tuesday. Could be. We're going to see. We saw Jabava playing this line earlier against the London system. He obviously likes this line where he gives up his bishop and then he creates this pyramid structure. And the reason he creates this pyramid structure without the bishop is the bishop would be very bad there. It'd be like, like a mummy in its tomb, trapped in the pyramid. So you have to get rid of that entombed mummy first. And white has to go aggressive, and he is. He's pushing Gary the G pawn. Castling queenside. He's going to go bishop b3 and lunge his pawns up the board. A nice pawn storm. I can see that GM Jack H is saying, oh no, a London system when you need to win. Well, we've seen lots of people like Magnus Carlsen play the London system when you need to win. And it's an opening that can be played very aggressive. A lot of people think, the London system, boo, it's such a boring opening. It's such a bad and boring opening, but that's not true. The London system can be very aggressive, and Liam is showing that in this position. Now, with this last move, black is trying to block up the area of the board he's weakest, but white always has bishop e2 now. And the problem with bishop e2 is that where does the knight go? This knight is in trouble. So white will have bishop e2. You have to play g6. And now after capturing this one, white must be better. Look at this horrible pawn over here. Very, very weak pawns. So white is better, but is it enough to win? It might go to Armageddon. I mean, I think white is better, but can he win this position? Can he take advantage of this pawn? One thing you could try to do is try to get your knight to f4. If you can get your knight to f4, that would be great. And he's trying to do that. He's trying to, I think, come around and attack that pawn. Now, I think black must play something like f6 here at some point. Okay, so now knight to g3, king g6, knight e2. King g6, knight e2. This looks really strong. Okay, so black has avoided that one, but can you get a mating net now? Or at least get the knight to a good square. He's going this way anyway, and he's bringing it into f4. This h-pawn, the double pawn, really bad, really weak. I'm not sure how you save that pawn here. Not sure how you save that pawn on h4. So it looks like Liam Lequan might bounce back in this one. Time will say. Jabava now playing h5. Okay, so the knight comes to this good square, attacking that one, and now g6 immediately. White playing very, very confidently here, very confidently. Oof. And this is looking good for white, but black is still holding on grimly. I think you can tell by the body language as well. Well, you can't tell anything by Liam Lequan's body language. It's like ice. He's so concentrated on the position. He doesn't give anything away at all. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't really like to play poker against him, you know. You want to get some reaction. There's nothing. Not that that really matters so much in poker, I feel, but still. And Jabava also now really concentrate. He knows that if he draws, he wins Titled Tuesday. He wins Titled Tuesday. So it's still good for white. It's still good because we're getting to an ending where black's pawn over here is useless. So it is good. And also this rook is so bad. White's rook is on an open file there. The knight now coming into e5, which is a nice square, but also you always have this f3 move you can think about at the right moment to try and push that knight and e4 away. Time situation, he still hasn't broken through. I mean, white is doing very well, but he hasn't found the breakthrough, and Jabava is just holding on. Now, can he win this pawn? I'm wondering about this. It looks so risky. Is he going to take the pawn? No, he's just coming back. Sensible. Remember, if it's a draw, Jabava is champion. He might still get that draw. So white avoiding the check now by putting his king on e1. You can't play rook g6. You'd like to swap rooks off, but that gets met by knight to e5. So this is not to be played in the position. So Jabava needs to come up with a good plan. Okay, he's got his king out of any checks that could have happened. The knight comes in anyway, still stopping this rook from moving, and that knight is fantastic. It's better than the black knight because black can never attack the knight on e5 because he hasn't got a pawn to attack it, but white can play this move at the right time. And now his rook is getting active. This is looking really bad, but he's still hanging on. Jabava is still hanging on. Can he play rook takes knight and knight f7? I think he can. You should go into the ending. Play this maybe. Because if you go into the ending, what's this extra pawn over here? This must be winning if you just play this. Has he played it? He's gone king e2 instead. Knight takes h3. And now f4. He's trying to checkmate the king. Well, okay. What's better than winning ending? Checkmate. I guess he's trying to checkmate it. Or the other idea is just to trap the knight. Trap the knight on h3. That knight has no moves. Very clever play, actually. This is looking very close to checkmate, though. But king to g2. This is going to go to Armageddon. It's going to go to Armageddon. I think there's no way Jabava can survive this. It must go to Armageddon all the way. Very exciting. And you can see the time is indicating just how bad the position is. When I say Armageddon, it's like the semi-final. They play 1 minute chess, and now 97 is even checkmate. And they play 1 minute chess until someone wins a game. So the last roll of black's dice is to get the rook to f2 and give checkmate. But if he does that, he's an absolute miracle worker. Okay, he's decided to go into this ending where he's a couple of pawns down. The c pawn should win the game now. You can't stop it. It will be resigns now. That'll be the win. And it's going to go to 1 minute. And you can see the body language there. Jabava got himself in trouble. He's got to now pick himself up. It's Armageddon. 1 minute. 1 minute chess. I think it's bullet anyway. We're just making sure. So bullet means it's like before. If you watch the other semi-final, they just play bullet chess. No increments. No increment at all. They play 1 minute chess. They can lose on time until someone wins. So the winner of the first bullet game match will be champion. Now, who's the better bullet player? I mean, I've seen so far, I'd have to say that Jabava has proven to be a very good bullet player. But Liam Lequang is great as well. But Jabava flagged his opponent brilliantly. So I would say he is the favorite. Now, if one of them wins, are we going to see? Yeah, they're off. And we have Liam Lequang with the white pieces, the same openings before. And Jabava's got to find a good move against this. He's gone G6. This is quick. They're both playing exceptionally quick. And it's a dynamic position with opposite side castling. I think Liam Lequang really picking up his pace. They're both attacking. I think I'd much rather be white here. White's attack looks much more dangerous with this queen now coming in. Very scary position for Jabava here. Very scary position. Can you, at some point you have bishop h7, but black desperately trying to start. This is a really exciting game. They're attacking on opposite sides of the board, and Jabava's now got his pawn going. Jabava might have the attack. Is knight takes b4 coming? Knight takes b4. Okay, he's gone this way. c5. What is that? Unbelievably crazy chess. I can't even see what's going on. How can they play so good with so little time? Who's going to win this one? I don't know. I'm liking Jabava with these crazy moves. Rook here. Rook here. Pinning. Can he get this queen and bishop into the game? He's now threatening to take on d4 and unleash the queen on this diagonal. But remember, here's the exchange down. Rook a3. It's just complete madness. Jabava thinks he's Macau Tao. He thinks he's Macau Tao. Is he Tao? I mean, the evaluation bar is gone schizophrenic. It doesn't know where it is, who it is, or what's going on. Look at the king over there. What's the king doing there? He's lost the rook. Jabava is going to win. He's going to win. Bishop h7. He's a piece up. He's just got to keep his cool. Look at the concentration on his face. Still some tricks here. Still some tricks. The concentration is there. 2 pieces up. 3 seconds of Liam Lequang. Are we going to see a celebration? Are we going to see a celebration? It's got to be mate. It's mate. Queen b3 is mate. Boom. And we see a celebration. Look at that. We see a celebration. Whoa. That was one of the craziest games I've ever seen. I mean, what on earth was happening there? Boom. Brilliant play from Jabava. Round of applause. Big smile to him there. That was fantastic stuff. That was so exciting. That was so exciting. I have no idea what's happening in that game. It was too fast for my mere brain. You've got to say well done to both players to get in the final. Jabava takes the $1,000. Liam Lequang takes second. We're going to try to get one of them on for an interview if we can. We will see if we can arrange that. See if we can get the winner, Jabava, onto an interview. Don't know if it's possible. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the end of the show. Exciting stuff. Hello, everyone. And it's a real honor and beautiful that we've got the winner to join us, the winner of today's Title Tuesday, who played some fantastically exciting chess, including that last game. I have no idea what was going on there. Congratulations.
We both did not know.
How does it feel?
Yeah, first of all, good evening or good day to you. Very nice to know you are in England, so it's good night for you. Yes, very nice to see you, Simon. We know each other so many years, so it's very nice to see you right here. I could not imagine that I will meet you right here at night. Really nice. Second, I'm very, really, really excited and glad that I managed to win first time recently. Okay, I was winning before also Title Tuesday about 5-6 years ago, but it was in another format at that time. It was only open tournament, and this format is extremely tough and very interesting to qualify this top 8 and then play against one game can decide everything, one move, yes, especially in first match. And also I want to say a big thanks to all supporters and followers, because I was streaming during the tournament. Big thanks to them for support. And also I want to say 2 words about the stream. I just realized that when you're streaming, you have less stress, during the games. You like spreading to the chat and you have fun, fun, and you like playing your game like from the side. Little bit. Of course, somebody can consider it like less motivation, but for me, it's like I was making fun, relaxed, and really, really. All suddenly, it works very well, and it was my first stream of Title Tuesday on my channel. So that's what I wanted to say.
Brilliant, man. So you think streaming, you play better when you stream? Well, you played pretty well today, yeah?
No, of course, today I've been lucky, but I'm not saying that I will play better, but I'm just saying that I don't feel so much stress when I'm not streaming. Because when you are not streaming, you are so motivated to play well. You're like responsible for yourself to show better, and then it puts your pressure. You think about opponent more, you think about other stuff more, and now you don't have time to think about it. Just explain moves, and then you see some funny jokes in the chat. It also gives you some good vibes, and it's really fun. I like it.
Good. It was good, and we should let everyone know about your Twitch channel, because a lot of people were asking about your Twitch channel, and I'm sure in the future people, including me, would love to see you stream more. So, what is the name of your Twitch channel?
Thank you very much. My Twitch channel is James Blunder, because I like James Bond, so I connected my name James Blunder with James Blunder, also Blunder Chess Blunder, so just for fun. Okay, I'm not in a rush for these followers, supporters, subscribers. I just make it because in this pandemic time, not much things to do, and I wanted to keep, keep motivated myself that I'm doing something, that I'm not just lost or doing nothing. Yes. So this is a work, this additional work, which gives you same time be professional in chess, because you cannot deliver some very cheap things to people, and same time it's some work, and you are busy.
And I'll ask you one more question. Why exotic princess?
Maybe I'm in love to exotic princess. Don't you think so?
Okay. So I see. So, you're not the exotic princess, but someone is somewhere. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
I'm really not an exotic princess. Or maybe for somebody, maybe I am. I don't know.
Maybe for someone.
Someone I am. Yeah.
No, yes. Someone out there you are. But well, look, we have to wrap this up. I'm afraid too soon. The show, because there's another show that Chess.com have planned and things. But it's always a pleasure to speak to you, my friend, and hopefully we'll meet for a beer at some point soon in the future. Yeah. So you've done a fantastic job today. I want to say congratulations again, and
thank you very much.
I'll leave you with the last words, just to thank everyone who's your supporters out there.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I was very lucky in many points of this tournament, especially in knockout, first knockout against Abdusattor Nodirbek, because he was objectively winning. Maybe he just relaxed, he saw that he's winning anyhow. And then I was also lucky that I met Letuan Ming from Vietnam, and for him it was very late, I think now, 4 morning or 5, something like that. So I don't even understand how he qualifies. That shows that he's really, really strong and talented player, and he has future for sure. And of course, everybody was strong in this participant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hope to see you next time. This is a good sign.
I hope to see you soon. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll see you again soon.
Bye.
Well done again. So, okay.
See you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye for now. Well, it's great to have the winner on the show there, and fantastic to see Jabava win. I've known him for a long time. He's a great guy. We've shared many a beer together, and he's a great chess player. So just very happy to see him win. So well done. It's really good to see him win. Congratulations, and do go and check out his Twitch stream as well. I'm sure it will be very popular. He's a real character as well as a good player. You know, he's like Macau Tao. He's a modern day Macau Tao, and I can understand why he is a lot of people's heroes. He's so likable, and he's won Title Tuesday, so that is brilliant to hear. Now you can see the knockout bracket. This is how it ended today, and this is the route that Jabava took in order to do it. He qualified just in 8th place in the Open, but in the end, he showed his quality and he came through to win the whole thing. So congratulations to him. Now, what about upcoming events? And we're coming to the end of our coverage here, but there's lots more exciting stuff to watch. First of all, there's a Junior Speed Chess Championships, September the 9th, October the 8th. And put these in your diary. Make sure you do it. And the winner of this will be joined to play the top 4 winners in the Speed Chess Grand Prix Championships. So that's one great event. We've also got the Pro Chess League, which is going on from strength to strength, and is a brilliant, brilliant league with, look at those 4 commentators. You can't ask for a better 4 commentators than those 4, can you? The good, the bad, and the ugly. No, I'm only joking. I didn't say that. Great commentators. So that's going to be a great event, September the 25th, 27th. And the last thing coming up this Friday is something really to watch out for. This is the Deep Mind Chats with Danny Wrench and ex-world champion and legend Vladimir Kramnik. This Friday, they're going to be talking about deep mind and some of the new ideas with chess going forwards in the future. So that's going to be really, really exciting. And I hope you enjoyed the show. It's been a lot of fun commentating. Thank you all for joining in on the Twitch chat, twitch.tv chess. And also do go and check out chess.com/TV and the chat there. Thank you everyone who was joining in the chat over there. So have a good night or a good day, wherever you are in the world. And I'll hopefully be back for more commentating soon. Cheers for now. Goodbye.